Everybody, it is now 10 o'clock, so it's time to open this inquiry. This is inquiry into two applications made by Quinn Estates Kent Limited, GH Dean and Co Limited, Atwood Farms Limited, Atwood Trustees and AG Kent Holding BV. And it's been called in by the Secretary of State for her own determination under Section 77 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990. Just going to introduce myself. My name is Christina Downs. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry and write a report to her with my recommendations. So both planning applications are in outline form with all matters reserved for future consideration. The overall development would be called Highsted Park, and the material for approval at this stage is outline development specification, which includes the proposed land uses and quantum, and it sets out a three-tier approach and spatial principles. Parameter plan, height and built form. This plan shows the maximum building heights in each area provided as heights above the existing ground level. And a parameter plan for development, and this plan shows the boundary of the site, or the sites, because there are two of them, the general approach to layout, open space provision, landscaping and amenity space. It also provides indicative locations for the principal access points and internal access routes through the site. Just to check that's correct. Yep, okay, thank you very much. There are numerous other plans, including an illustrative master plan, and these are for illustrative or indicative purposes only, and they show how the development could be implemented. Now I'm going to read out the application descriptions, rather long, so bear with me. The northern application is for the phased development of up to 97.94 hectares, comprising of the demolition and relocation of the existing farmyard and workers' cottages, up to 1,250 residential dwellings, including sheltered extra care accommodation, up to 2,200 square metres and 1 hectare of commercial floor space, mixed-use local centre and neighbourhood facilities, including commercial, business and employment floor space. There'll be non-residential institutions and local community uses and public houses. Learning institutions, including a primary school, open space, green infrastructure, woodland and community and sports provision. There's also highways and infrastructure works, including the completion of a northern relief road, the Bapchild section, and new vehicular access points to the existing network and associated groundworks, engineering, utilities and demolition works. Correct? Yes. Thank you. The southern application is for the phased development of up to 577.48 hectares, comprising of up to 7,150 residential dwellings, including sheltered extra care accommodation, up to 170,000 square metres or 34 hectares of commercial, business and service employment floor space, and including up to 2,800 square metres of hotel floor space. There will be up to 15,000 square metres, 1.5 hectares for a household waste recycling centre, mixed-use local centre and neighbourhood facilities, including commercial, business and employment floor space, non-residential institutions and local community uses, floor space and public houses. There'll be learning institutions, including primary and secondary schools, open space, green infrastructure, woodland and community and sports provision. Highways and infrastructure works include the provision of a new motorway junction to the M2, a Highsted Park sustainable movement corridor, including a Sittingbourne Southern Relief Road, and new vehicular access points to the existing network. Associated groundworks, engineering, utilities and demolition works.
Yes.
Correct. Good, thank you very much. The inquiry will be conducted under the Town and Country Planning Inquiry Procedure, England Rules 2000 as amended. Now, we're very lucky to have 2 programme officers who have been appointed as independent officers to the inquiry under my direction. They are Helen Wilson and Yvonne Parker, sitting at the back here, and one or other will be present throughout the inquiry sitting. Any queries you have should be directed through them, please. The inquiry also has its own website, created and managed by the programme officers, which includes all the relevant details about the inquiry and a list of the core documents and inquiry documents, which can be accessed electronically. The link to the website can be found on the front page of the Council's website under the latest news section, and the inquiry is also being live streamed, and the YouTube link is also on the Council's webpage, how you can get into the live stream. And as I understand it, recordings will also be available to watch afterwards if you wish to do so. I understand we also have television here today. Does anybody object to being filmed? Or is everybody happy with that? Okay. Right. Are you just going to be here today? I see. Okay. Jolly good. Right. You're welcome. Thank you very much. I just want to go over now the fire alarm arrangements, please. I will have to do this every day, so because obviously people come and go and there might be different people in the room. So there's going to be a fire alarm test at 9:15 on Wednesday mornings, so nothing should happen today. So at other times, if we do hear the fire alarm, which is apparently a continuous loud ringing, the evacuation procedure is as follows. So exit routes from the council chamber are located on each side of the room. So you can see there's one there and one there. And one leads directly to a fire escape, the other to the stairs opposite the lifts. So if you leave the building then via the nearest safe exit and gather at the assembly point, which is on the far side of the car park. And you're asked not to leave the assembly point or re-enter the building until advised to do so, and not to use the lifts. So is anyone present here today who is not able to use the stairs? Or is everybody okay with that? Yes? Okay, thank you very much. If you could please make sure that your mobile phones are switched to silent and your electronic devices just switched to silent, please, so they don't go off in the inquiry. So without more ado, I'm going to ask the main parties to introduce themselves. So I'm going to start with the applicant, Mr. Simmons, please. Mr. Simon, sorry.
Good morning, madam.
Thank you.
We've got a printed sheet of appearances that we'll hand around now to save your pen, and I'll just read through it. It will just take a minute or two because there's quite a few folks who are coming along. So, as it explains, my name is Zach Simons. I'm a barrister at Landmark Chambers. I'm instructed alongside my colleague, Miss Isabella Buono, who's sitting immediately to my right. We will be calling, broadly in this kind of order, a number of witnesses who are as follows. First, on the topic of master planning and design, Mr. Brian Sutherland, who is a consultant architect at Milton Studios, and also Mr. John Murdoch, who's a director at Murdoch Wickham, will be giving their presentation hopefully later on today. Next, on the topic of landscape and visual impact, including impacts on the national landscape, Mrs Claire Brockhurst, who's a director at Leighton Place, we'll be giving her evidence next week, or, well, we assume next week. On heritage, in the next bit of the inquiry after the short break, Dr Chris Mealy, who's a senior partner at Montague Evans. On ecology, Mr Alistair Baxter, who's a senior director at Aspect. Mr Matthew Stoling on air quality, who's a director at ISOPLEF. On the topic of PROWs, public rights of way, Mr Stephen Whitaker, who's an associate director at Charles and Associates. Moving into the second tranche of the inquiry, on highways, it's Mr John Wild, who's a director at Charles and Associates. Mr David Lakin on archaeology, who's a principal consultant at Wessex. And then finally, moving into the third tranche of the inquiry, on socio-economic impacts and benefits, it's Mr Tom Dobson, who's a managing director at Quad. On the topic of affordable housing, Mrs Claire Dickinson, who's a senior director at Quad. And then last but not least, on the topic of planning and the overall balance, Mr Sean Bashforth, who is a senior director at Quad. You'll note that there's a number of solicitors all at Town Legal who instruct myself and Ms Buono also, many of whom are in the room now, but we're instructed by Town Legal.
Okay, we can pick up at any part in the example section 106.
Yes, well, they will. So you'll see very last on this list is Ms Victoria McKeegan, who's a partner at Town Legal, and the intention is that she'll be leading alongside Ms Buono, who's sitting next to me, the 106 discussions, but exactly so, yeah.
Just a couple of things. Actually, before I ask those, can I just mention, I should have done this before, so we've got microphones in the room. So when you're speaking, if you could obviously speak with the microphone on, but if you could turn it off when you're not speaking, don't forget that if it's on, then everyone will be able to hear, the whole world will be able to hear who's listening on YouTube what you're saying. So I would advise that probably when you're not using it, you turn it off.
Thank you.
Now, I've got a couple of questions. Presumably you're instructed by Mr Bashforth at Quad, are you?
We're instructed by Town Legal.
Town Legal, right.
Miss
okay.
Juliet Munn at Town Legal.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. And I did have for air quality.
Yes.
Mr Davey from Entran, so he's not taking part.
That's right, Mr Davies, the person with overall responsibility for the environmental statement as a whole, but no, he's no longer giving the evidence on air quality. That's Mr Stoling.
All right, and finally, in terms of the affordable housing,
yes,
that's relating to affordable housing and viability.
Yes.
Is Ms Dickinson doing both?
The current intention is yes, that she'll do both.
Okay. Thank you. Right, for the council, please.
Thank you, Mum. I represent the council. My name is James Pereira. For anyone writing, that's Pereira. I'm a barrister in King's Counsel, and I'm assisted by Michael Rhymes, who's sitting on my right. And we're instructed by Russell Fitzpatrick, our solicitor. You have the proofs in now, so I'll just run through the names and the topics of the witnesses. So in this order, we're calling Kate Ahern, A-H-E-R-N, on landscape and visual impact. Katie Miller on the Kent Downs National Landscape. Caroline Soanes, dealing with heritage matters. Helen Forster, dealing with ecology and ancient woodland. Richard Pestel, that's P-E-S-T-E-L-L, dealing with employment land. And Matthew Digan, that's D-U-I-G-A-N, dealing with planning.
Thank you, Mr. Pereira. I had down also that you had Ms. Liddon for noise and air quality. You're not giving evidence on that anymore?
No.
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 Good morning, Madam. My name is Christopher Young, for anybody writing that down, that's Y-O-U-N-G. I'm King's Counsel, and I'm instructed by Darley Kerr, who sits immediately to my left, and we are both instructed by Sarah Bonza at Kent County Council. I've got the following witnesses I'd like to call, but depending on how things go, I might not get to call any of them. We're having discussions and negotiations on all these issues. First of all, Alan Millard, who deals with highways. I'll provide this written down on a sheet with their qualifications. Always learning from Mr. Simons. 2, Graham Rustling. He deals with public rights of way and access. Thirdly, Colin Finch. Mr. Finch deals with lots of things, education, community infrastructure and waste. And then finally, Simon Mason, who deals with archaeology.
Thanks, Mr. Young. Sorry, I didn't quite... You were instructed by the solicitor?
I'm instructed by Darley
solicitor?
Kerr. For your instructions, that's my instructing solicitor at Bevan Britton, who sits immediately next to me. But obviously, we have a client that sits behind us, which is Kent County Council, and it's Sarah Bonza at Kent County Council who instructs us. I've got quite a big legal team from both Kent and from Bevan Britton, because of course we've got quite a significant interest in the Section 106 agreement.
Indeed. And have you got someone assisting you, Miss Davis, or not?
No, not at the moment. She's in New Zealand.
Oh, nice.
So she's not a great deal of use to me there. She's doing something for the NFU, which has nothing to do with
so
being
we'll
at
cross
the
her
bar.
off the list for the
So
moment.
she may do, but of course, if we resolve all these issues, then you won't need me, let alone her.
Oh, all right. Well, you let me know if she comes back into...
I will.
And you're going to get me a sheet with all the qualifications on.
It'll be done by the end of the day, madam.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Pereira, actually. And everybody. Thank you. Right, OK. Let's go on to National Highways. And I'm very sorry I didn't... I put your name wrong in one of your old names in the inquiry meeting notes, so I do apologise.
No, I didn't even notice that. So
Well, someone did.
I looked beyond the names and
Someone
straight
did.
to the substance of the things. So no, don't worry about that at all. I've written down our appearances in a very short opening, so I'll hand that up when I hand up the opening. But my name's Mark Westmoreland Smith, King's Counsel. I appear on behalf of National Highways. I'm instructed by Sarah Marshall, who's a senior lawyer in legal services at National Highways. And obviously, we are due to submit our evidence for tranche 2, and we're currently working with the applicant. But the current proposal is to call up to 4 witnesses. The first is Marius Peters, who deals with transport policy and consenting procedures, and he's sitting to my right. The second is Mike Howell, who deals with modelling and transport traffic impacts. And the third is Darren Miller, who deals with junction design. And then we advised you at the PIM that we may call someone to deal with costs, and that will be Scott Parks of Allen Dadswell Construction Consultants, if we do. So that's Scott Parks, P-A-R-K-S. Costs, the junction costs. And I think at the PIM we indicated that we might also call Mr. Ems of Lichfield.
Yes.
He was going to deal with transport policy, but Mr. Peters is going to deal with that now, so we won't be calling Mr. Ems.
OK, thank you. That's fine. Thank you very much. Duchy of Cornwall. Where are you, Mr. Warren? The light is shining. I can't really see. You're all very dark at the back there. So, but
I'm in here somewhere, ma'am.
You're there.
Rupert Warren, King's Counsel for the Duchy of Cornwall. I'm instructed, ma'am, by HGH Consulting. And it looks like we will have 2 witnesses for later in the inquiry, which we'll put on a bit of paper and send through. Brendan Weaver from Arup, dealing with highways, and Roger Heifer, dealing with planning from HGH.
Roger R, not M.
Roger, yes, yes,
No, it's all right. That's fine. Thank you very much.
thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Now, we've got the Tainham and Highsted Action Group and also Five Parishes Group, and I think you're doing both of them, aren't you, Mr. Bell?
I am, Madam. In a recent development, I now seem to act for 9 parish councils that form these 2 particular groups. But my name is Simon Bell of Council. I'm a barrister from the Barrister Group. I'm a direct access instruction, so I'm instructed directly by my clients and do not have a list of illustrious solicitors to support me during this inquiry. And, Madam, we are going to be calling a number of witnesses throughout this inquiry. Monique Bonney will be giving evidence on landscape ecology and public rights of way, and possibly some additional topics, but currently we're coordinating between the groups as to who is going to be giving evidence for the later tranches. We're also calling Dr. Nicholas Doggett from Asset Heritage Consulting, and he will be dealing with heritage. Paul Townsend will also be dealing with heritage from a layman's perspective, in particular Frognall Farmhouse. Bruce Bamber from Railton will be dealing with highways. And Madam, due to my unavailability, I should say during the Heritage Week, my place will be taken by Simon Barnes of Council. So to avoid confusion, we've kept our initials and names broadly the same. And Madam, you'll also hear from Julian Speed in respect of planning towards the end. Madam, we will have other subject areas being covered, but as we're kind of coordinating to try and avoid duplication, the names of those witnesses aren't quite clear at the moment, but Madam, I will produce a list possibly for each tranche, just setting out who will be appearing and doing so before each tranche begins.
Yeah, I mean, I've got here Mr. Herritt-Smith.
Oh, apologies, Madam. Yes, Mr. Herritt-Smith is dealing with air quality.
Right, fine, thank you. And I've also got written down here Mr. Walton. Did you mention him?
Is he still coming? We think so.
Dealing with planning.
Yeah.
So,
Did you mention him?
no, I didn't, Madam. He may be dealing with planning. I think the understanding is he should be here, but we just need to confirm that, Madam.
Okay, maybe.
Viabilities.
And what about viability? Have you got?
Yeah.
Got someone from Continuum?
So, Madam, Chris Gardner from Continuum will be dealing with viability, and I understand he is confirmed.
Okay. When you say you've got some other people, so what sort of evidence are they going to give?
So, Madam, it's largely going to be from members of the local community, just giving evidence in respect of once kind of archaeology, that type of issue. But the only experts we have are heritage, transport, viability, and possibly planning.
Yes, but if we're hearing from somebody on archaeology, even though they might not be a professional witness, they're still a witness, and we need to obviously have their proof of evidence, don't
Madam.
we?
Yes,
So
we do, Madam.
make sure that you
Madam.
meet the timetable. So archaeology, anything else that springs to mind?
Madam, not at the moment. There may be something on affordable housing, but at the moment, no.
Okay, well, likewise, we'll obviously need the proofs.
Madam, if it helps, we do have the deadlines very much to the forefront of
Sure
our
you do.
minds.
Thank you. So in terms of how we're dealing with this then, are the action group and the Five Parishes group actually joining together, or are they keeping separate?
So, Madam, they are to a degree keeping separate. There are underlying reasons for that. There isn't really a conflict between them, but Madam, there is a wish to remain as separate Rule 6s.
Okay.
Madam, where you hear from particular witnesses, I will confirm as to whether they're jointly acting, or if it's just on behalf of one group or the other. So, for example, where you hear from Monique Bonney, she is obviously a member of the Five Parishes group, and broadly speaking, the evidence is given on them, but it is supported by
Okay.
the action group, and likewise where you hear from Councillor Speed on planning towards the end, he will be giving evidence on behalf of the action group, and you will then have the planning expert on behalf of the 5 parishes group. It is quite complicated, but we are trying to streamline this as much as possible. And
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Well, if you can just make it clear at the time, then I think we'll be fine. I mean, Dr. Doggett looks as if he is doing
He is a
heritage on
joint
both
expert.
for both groups. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Everybody okay? You all right with that? Yep. Okay. Mr. Bell, thank you very much. So, if I could you do a list for me, and the witnesses that have qualifications you want me to note, please
Madam.
add those in acronym form.
Madam, are you happy for me to do a list kind of tranche by tranche? So I can give you the list for tranche 1
Yeah,
at
just,
the
that's
end
fine.
of the day. And
That's fine, and as long as you remember to do them
I will, madam.
later on. Right, thank you very much. Good. So let's turn to when local people are going to appear to speak to me if they wish to do so. So in my experience, it is really most convenient for a specific day to be given or set aside, which hopefully most people will be able to make. If they can't, obviously we'll try and fit you in some other time. But with this in mind, I've allocated Thursday the 15th of May as the date. Now, bound to be, I'm sure, someone who's on holiday or something. So if you can't, and that, not just the people here, but obviously people who are listening who want to speak, if you can't make that day, we probably will also have the 16th, which is the Friday, depending on how we get on. I've no idea how many people want to speak. So Thursday is a definite. Friday might be a sort of overspill day. What I'd like you to do, please, is if you wish to speak, if you could contact the programme officers, please, with the details which I've already told you how to access. And if you have some people have specific time constraints, for example, collecting children from school or something like that, or maybe caring responsibilities, then if you could also note that down and tell the programme officers, then we will try as far as we can to accommodate people at a convenient time. Obviously, if everybody wants to speak at 9:30 in the morning, that might be a bit tricky, but hopefully, we'll be able to make it as convenient as possible for those who wish to speak. So that's the plan, and hopefully that will work reasonably well. Now, as I've said, we have got the filming occurring. Have we actually got anyone from the press as well, or is it just the gentleman in the box there? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now, I just want to tell you about the pre-inquiry meeting that was held. This was held on the 20th of January and was a meeting where I had representatives, it was held here actually, I had representatives of all the main parties. And it was basically to discuss the procedural and administrative aspects of the inquiry, as well as the main considerations that the evidence was going to address. Just to stress, no evidence was heard at the meeting, but it was useful, I hope, to get people together and just hope that the inquiry runs as smoothly as possible. If you wish to have a look and see what was discussed, my pre-inquiry meeting note is in the core documents at core document 51.3. Now, I've got a copy of the Council's notification of the inquiry relating to each site and a list of those people who were notified. During my site visit, I also saw that site notices have been put up by the applicant at various public viewpoints around the site. There have been representations to the planning applications both before and after they were called in by the Secretary of State, and some of those who wrote in will also no doubt be speaking at the inquiry. So all representations, whether written or oral, will be taken into account before the decisions are made. Now, I'd just like to go over briefly the procedure for those who are not familiar with inquiries. So from tomorrow, the inquiry will be starting at 9:30 in the morning, and that will be for the whole length of the inquiry, unless there's any particular reason why we can't do that. Due to its length, about 12 weeks, we think, the sitting period has been divided up so that there are breaks. So we'll have 2 weeks or 1 week sitting, and then we'll have a break, and then we'll come back again. A draft inquiry programme has been drawn up, which is on the inquiry website. But I would stress that this is only a draft, because unfortunately with these sorts of events, sometimes evidence is heard quicker and sometimes it's not. So, you know, we obviously have to keep it up to date, but at the moment, we've actually only got as far as the end of May so far. So the things that will remain fixed is the Residence' Day I told you about, the 15th of May, so that will be a fixed date, so you can rely on that, but other dates might move around a bit. So today we're going to be provided with a presentation by the applicants on the overall master plan for the development, and following that the first topic will be landscape. And landscape, these two things we anticipate are going to take up the first 2 weeks of the inquiry. Okay, so so far as the draft I just said that, sorry, the draft programme goes up actually to the 16th of May. So if there are any queries, or if you're not quite sure when's happening at what time, programme officers will be pleased to help you. And as I say, their contact details are on the inquiry website, and they'll be present here during the inquiry, so you can pop in and see them if you wish to do so. In terms of how the evidence will be heard, it's going to be on a topic base. So as I say, the first one is going to be, well, after the master plan, the landscape. And the order is that the council will go first, and then it will follow with whichever Rule 6 parties are involved. And the applicant will always give their evidence last. So each witness gives their evidence in chief, and then that will just explain the gist of their case, but I don't want the whole case to be read out, just the main points, please, and any points from other evidence that might have been picked up that you want to address. Then each witness will be cross-examined by the opposing party or parties. And once that's over, I may have some questions I want to ask of the witness. And then the witness may be re-examined by his or her own advocate. Okay. So with regards to the master plan evidence, which is going to take place today, I'm told it's going to take about an hour, is that right?
That's the plan, yeah.
That's the plan, good. Now, I understand that everybody wants to, all 6 parties want to ask, to cross-examine as it happens. I mean, despite being billed as a factual presentation, I can understand why, actually, I have to say. So are all the Rule 6 parties wanting to ask questions?
I'm not.
You're not?
No.
All right, okay. Everyone else? Yes, right, okay then. Thank you very much. So I've set out an order that I think for the questioning. So I think we'll start then with Mr. Pereira. We'll then go on to Mr. Young. We'll then go to Mr. Westmoreland Smith. Yeah, there you are. Then. Oh, sorry, it's you. That's not. Sorry, Mr. Westlawn-Smith. No, no national highways. Righty-ho. Mr. Warren, you're next. I got you two. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Mr. Warren next. And then the action group and 5 parishes, Mr. Bell. Yes? Okay. And if you can try not to repeat points, that will be really helpful. With regards to the landscape evidence of the applicant, I do note, Mr. Young, you want to cross-examine on public rights of way, do you? Yes, okay. You didn't put any evidence on it, did you? Yes, you did. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think it'll take very long, but
okay.
We have got a witness, and he does touch on the landscape implications of that. I won't be here this week, but it'll be next week. If
No,
that's
okay. So that'll come after Mr. Pereira then and the 5 parishes group. Yes. All right, so you'll come at the end. All right. Now it is agreed that air quality and public rights of way will be heard by round table sessions.
Right. Yep.
So that's basically a discussion which will be directed and led by me to an agenda that I'll draw up in due course. I will send out the agenda, try and send it out a week or so before those sessions. Okay. Thank you. So planning conditions from section 106. They'll be undertaken in the form of roundtable discussions, which again I'm going to lead on the basis of an agenda. And these sessions will be held towards the end of the inquiry, in fact, more or less right at the end of the inquiry, when all the evidence has been heard. But we have an additional session on the section 106, which is scheduled for the 14th of May.
That's right.
Now, that is going to involve quite a few external parties. We won't have heard the highway evidence by then, so
That's
I don't
true.
think we're going to be able to discuss highway
That's
obligations.
True. That's
but
true.
we will be able to discuss quite a lot of things. So things like education, health, all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
So there will be quite a few outside participants, I would anticipate, who we would want to have there.
Yeah.
So I was wondering whether we ought to fix the date,
For the.
the 14th of May.
Yep. I mean, it will be
That-
particular. Yeah,
that be
those people
helpful?
are on my right, particularly Mr. Young and his team as well. That will
Yeah.
be responsible. But we're content to do that certainly, and it would make sense because there'll be, as you say, a cast of characters who aren't here for
Yeah.
the rest of the inquiry.
All right, so 14th of May is fixed, 15th of May is fixed. So that will give people a bit more certainty. Thank you. So just to tell you how this day and every other day is going to go. So they're going to be brief, which I would say 20-minute comfort breaks, morning and afternoon. And we will have an hour for lunch. Okay. I anticipate we'll probably adjourn for the day at around 5:30, something like that. Well, in fact, I think we need to really be out of the council offices before 6 anyway, so I would suggest about 5 probably will be helpful. Now, there's some days when the council chamber's needed for evening meetings, but they seem to be later on. I don't think we have to actually stop early. I think we can carry on till 5. I've got the dates. I won't bother you with them at the moment, although 12th and 19th of March are the nearest ones. So on those on the days, and I'll obviously tell you in advance, but we will need to clear everything out of the council chamber, and there will be a secure facility, probably my room actually, where you can put all your stuff or any stuff that you want to leave. Other than that, we can, I think, leave our things in the council chamber overnight, but I wouldn't leave any valuables, but if you can just leave everything neatly and remove any rubbish or anything, because obviously the cleaners will come in to clean it, but they won't move, as I understand it, the stuff from on the desks. All right, so and obviously we have to clear the chamber on Fridays for the weekend or before breaks, and again anything you want to leave can be left in the secure storage space. Is that all right? We'll work it out as we go along anyway. So I want to just go on now to the proofs of evidence that I've got, make sure I've got everything. So I've currently received proofs of evidence for the master plan, landscape, heritage, ecology, air quality and public rights of way evidence. Is that correct? I think that's all tranche 1. And well done, you've mostly managed to meet timetables, mostly. Anyway, I've got all the evidence now, so I think. So I've got, for the master plan, I've got presentations from Mr. Sutherland and Mr. Murdoch.
Yes.
For the landscape, I've got evidence from Ms. Ahern and Ms. Miller, including, she's done a short correction about trees on Bexon Lane, hasn't she? That's fine. I've got evidence from Ms. Bonney from 5 parishes, and I've got evidence from Mrs. Brockhurst for the applicant.
That's right.
Heritage, we've got for the council, Ms. Soanes, 5 parishes group and action group, Dr. Doggett, and the action group, Mr. Townsend, and the applicants, Dr. Mealy.
Correct.
Ecology.
Just to pause there, Miss Soanes put in an additional proof, didn't she, the other day?
Yes, was that with the correction in it?
I don't think it was corrections. It was the one where she'd update. You know, there were items that were agreed, assets that were agreed but
right,
no longer
yes.
agreed.
It was
just wanted to
addressing
mention.
The point that has been made before.
Yes,
Yeah.
Dr. Mealy we'd agreed certain matters that then it turned out
Yes.
weren't agreed.
I see.
And so we hadn't led any evidence on them. So
Right,
the
okay.
additional
It covers
So
a few
is
more
this a
assets.
completely fresh proof, or is it
no,
just a
it's just dealing
correction?
with a few discrete heritage assets that are
Yeah.
now in
Sort
issue.
of 5 or 6 more assets that
Yeah.
she talks about. Just to note, it's been given a core document number as well. and it's
Yes,
just
I
on
have got
there.
a copy of it, thank you. Thanks. Righty-ho. Right, ecology. So we've got the council, we've got Miss Foster dealing with ancient woodland and ecology, is that right? Yep. 5 parishes group, Miss Bonney, and the applicant's Mr. Baxter.
Correct.
Okay. Air quality, we've got Mr. Herrick Smith for the action group. Yes. Mr. Stoling for the applicants, just the 2, and that's one of the round tables.
That's right.
And the other round table, we've got Mr. Rustling for Kent County Council, Miss Bonney, 5 parishes, yes, and Mr. Whitaker for the applicant.
That's right.
Right, okay. And that's just it's a rebuttal, isn't it? Oh, well, actually, I've got, yeah.
It is a rebuttal, that's right, yeah.
No evidence, but a rebuttal.
Correct.
That's unusual, isn't it?
It is unusual. There are reasons for it, but we weren't 100% clear what it is that we were being asked to comment on.
All right, jolly
But
good.
we are now.
And then we've got something from you. So in terms of rebuttals, we've actually only got Mr. Whitaker's and, as far as I can see, Mr. Baxter's. They're the
Yes.
only rebuttals we've got, is that right?
That's right.
Right, thank you very much. Good, thank you. I just want to talk about the environmental impact assessment next.
Yes.
So, as we know, the proposals are EIA developments, and accordingly, the EIAs have been undertaken for each of the schemes. So they've been considered by the council's consultants or environmental advisors, LUC, and also the PIN's Planning Inspectorate's environmental team on behalf of the Secretary of State. So further information's been provided in response to each of those assessments, and as a result, I just want to make sure I've got this correct, as a result, an amended environmental statement was submitted for each scheme, and the final, so that I asked for a composite, and that's the sort of final composite version.
Yeah.
Which is at CD 3.1 to 3.3 for the northern site and 9.1 to 9.3 for the southern site, and both are dated February 25.
Correct.
Is that right?
That is, I'm just checking the other core document number, but I'm sure you're right.
I think that's
Yes,
correct.
that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So, as a result, as I understand it, there were minor amendments to the plans. And it was a bit difficult to check, actually, what exactly they were, because, of course, all the plans we only got the most up to date. But anyway, I think I've got it right. So I think they related to the removal of two small areas, one up on the link road of northern site near the roundabout junction. A little bit's taken off there. And also on the northern site, a small amount, it looked like a sort of paddock or something, near to some houses along the A2 on the sort of southwestern side. I think those were the two, but it didn't seem to be of any account, really. It was taking two small areas of land out. Okay. So that was the first thing. The next thing was on the southern site, there was an area of land, a small area of land within the Rod Mersham Conservation Area, which was, has been, I think it was it colour grey? Anyway, it has now been excluded from any development, so there's no development going on in the conservation area, but the red line hasn't changed. Is that right?
Yes.
That's right. And then the last thing I was a bit confused about, because they related to some access clarifications, and I looked in the plans booklet and I couldn't really see what was being proposed. I think it was just some annotation, wasn't it?
Yeah, you're right. It was updated annotations, and it related to the discussion that we had briefly at the pre-inquiry meeting to do with the requirements to be clear on the points of access. But that was what was done. But yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I asked for all the views of the main parties as to whether they objected to these changes. Didn't really get any response from anyone. I think can't remember, one person responded, I think, saying they didn't worry about it. I think it might have been you, Mr. Westmoreland-Smith, but not sure. Anyway, so on that basis, and I couldn't really see that they were anything that was particularly crucial or affected the nature of the scheme or prejudiced anybody. So I have agreed that those plans are the ones that we will be considering, and they are actually the plans that are in the plan booklet and in the composite February 2025 ES.
Yes. Just to update you on it, nonetheless, and obviously there'll be the plans that can be discussed over the course of the inquiry, obviously, we are going to run a press ad on Thursday of this week identifying that they exist and alerting members of the public to the changes and where those changes can be found, which is to say on the inquiry website. Right. And we're also sending out short letters to the relevant statutory consultees, obviously some of them are here, but to others, just to alert them to the fact that those changes exist. And so obviously if anybody does want to make any further reps that relate particularly to those changes, then they'll make their way into the programme officers in due course. We're not anticipating much, but that procedurally that is what we're doing. I think I would call that belts and braces. I'm not sure it is strictly necessary, given that we've got a 3-month inquiry in order to discuss these plans. But nonetheless,
okay,
that's what we're doing.
That's good. Thank you. You need to make clear then. I think it's very difficult. I had to go back to the council's website to see what the change, the actual boundary changes were. To look on one of the site plans, superseded site plans. So it's not easy to find. So it might be helpful just to do a little plan.
Do a plan that illustrates the change. Yeah,
demonstrates
we'll have a look at that.
Exactly what's different. Okay, thank you. So I think the planning inspectorate, but going back to the ES, the planning inspectorate was satisfied that the environmental statement complied with the basic requirements in the regulations.
Yes.
The council, there were some still some outstanding matters resulting from the look review, I think, that haven't been agreed. Where can I find? Can you give me a...
I'd understood actually we are, I mean, I'll be corrected, but I'd understood that we have actually now got to a stage with LUC of having reached agreement on the adequacy of the ES.
Yeah, I'm told that's correct.
Oh, right, okay, good. Can you tell me where that can be found?
Yes, ma'am. That was sent to PINS. They had requested it, so we forwarded it on to them. I'd be glad to make it a core document and send it to
We
you.
need a core document, yes. Thank you.
We're just going to check because we think it might already be one.
Might be one. I think the pins one's gone on there.
Yes, 10.85 is the LUC review dated Jan 2025. I'll just have to have a proper read over it. But yeah, if
That's
there's
the
anything,
one.
is that the one? Oh, so I think that might be it,
And
Madam.
there's nothing outstanding on that. Okay, well, I don't want to waste time
No,
now.
sure.
So CD 10.85 is
Yeah.
the review for both of them, is it?
That's just the south.
Right. What about north?
I think we need to get the northern one on there as well because I think there's a further report for the north that doesn't seem to be on the list at the moment.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Has anybody got any concerns about the procedural or legal aspects of the ES, the environmental statement of environmental impact assessment? Obviously, there will be disagreements to some of its findings because they are matters that we will be discussing at the inquiry. But I'm just talking about the legal, whether it was legally made, and the procedural aspects. Has anybody? Nobody's raised anything, but I'm just asking now, just to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Could I just add, Madam, sorry, to just go back a mini step, the northern one is on there actually.
Right.
It's just in a different volume. So the northern one from LUC is dated Feb 25. The document reference is 4.76.
CD 4.6.
Exactly, yeah.
So it's 10.85 and 4.76.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Right, let's move away from the environmental impact assessment and come on to the core documents. Now, as I've said before, they can be found on the inquiry website. They are going to be held electronically, although I have been given a few hard copies as well with my request. I've already indicated how they can be accessed. So any documents that are handed in at the inquiry, let's hope there are not too many of them, should go through the programme officers, and they will need to be available electronically so that the programme officers can put them on the website. And we will have a separate from the core documents list of inquiry documents, which will basically just be numbered consecutively from 1 to whatever number we get to. Now, it would be helpful if those people who are going to speak at the inquiry, and that's people, members of the public who want to speak at the inquiry, not connected to the Rule 6 parties, could provide a written copy of what they want to say in advance. That's very helpful. You don't have to, but it's very helpful if you're able to do that. That could then be included as an inquiry document, and it should be provided to the programme officers who will then give it a number. All right.
just to say, Madam, on documents, we discussed briefly at the pre-inquiry meeting that rather than print off the whole set for the members of the public, what we have done is we've made somewhere over there in the public gallery, there's a tablet style thing that has access to them on it. So members of the public can obviously get them all online on their own devices, but there is also a device up there that it's on the table in the front of the public gallery. If, of course, particular documents are wanted in hard copy, we can always look into printing extracts or whatever,
Okay.
but we can jump off that bridge as we go.
You. Right, so there is apparently a tablet up there somewhere for you if you are. Right, okay.
There we go.
Oh, right, okay, that's not very
dear.
helpful, is it?
Oh dear.
Right, we need to
we'll
sort
look
that
into that.
out. We will need to sort that out. You probably won't need it just for the presentation,
Yep.
but for, when we're doing the evidence, you might like to have a look at some of the documents, and you need to be able to obviously get to them to find it.
Great.
So
We'll have a look at that.
we
in the
will
break.
sort it out. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Going to come now to statements of common ground. Sorry this is so long. I'm afraid, it's a rather long inquiry, so there's an awful lot to talk about, but rather longer than my normal opening announcements, I assure you. So, statements of common ground. To date, there are signed statements of common ground between the council and the appellant on planning, and that has been that's between the council and the appellant, but we have got comments on it from National Highways, Kent County Council, the Action Group and the 5 Parishes Group. They can be found in the core documents, their comments at 34.2 to 34.5, and the Statement of Common Ground itself is at CD 34.1. We've got Statement of Common Ground on air quality, CD 34.6, on education 34.7, heritage 34.8, and an update at 34.8.1, landscape 34.9, and noise and vibration 34.10.
Yeah.
And those are really all the topics for the tranche 1, which we've got the evidence on. So that ties up with that. If I could just explain, for those who don't know what a statement of common ground is, a statement of common ground is a document that agrees certain matters between the parties who sign it. So in this case, it is between the applicant and the council, and there's certain points that they have been able to agree. For example, in the planning one, the site history, site location, certain points that perhaps the council aren't contending, and then it will also set out the points of disagreement. So that doesn't tie anyone else's hand. That is only a agreement between the parties that are signing the document. So it doesn't prevent other parties or the public from raising matters that have been agreed between the applicant and the council. It is something that the statutory regulations require, and so everybody is required to be cooperative in order to produce these to help run a more efficient inquiry. Turning now to planning conditions and the planning obligation. So there is a draft Section 106 agreement, but it's for each site actually, CD 36.1 and 36.2, but that's only, as I understand it, just being provided by the applicant. You've discussed it, I think, with Kent County Council and the council, but it hasn't. There's no further. Nothing further, is there, or is there? Can I have an update, please?
Short answer is yes. We've got comments back now from Kent that we've just received, and so that is an ongoing process that will have hopefully reached somewhere more advanced by in advance of the round table.
got comments from Kent County Council and the council?
No, just from Kent,
So I don't know where to look over here.
somewhere over there.
The council hasn't provided comments yet. I think we wanted to take on board the Kent County Council comments before progressing the Section 106 further.
Okay. So I would like certainly to have your take on it before the session in May, please. Because, you know, obviously it's not going to be very useful if we only have two parties. We
Yeah.
need to know what the council think as well. So the council has submitted a seal compliance schedule, CD 50.1. I'm not quite sure whether we're waiting for any comments from Kent County Council on that. Mr. Young, first of all, I was told they're going to come in on the 4th of March, I think. But then I think it said perhaps you weren't going to do that. So are we expecting anything or not?
Yeah, we haven't made any comments yet, but as the Section 106 issues are being resolved, we'll have our comments in due course, if that's okay. So there's still discussions, obviously, about the Section 106.
This is on the seal compliance schedule.
Yeah, and we'll comment after we've resolved the Section 106.
Well, we want it before the session. Yeah.
I mean, we anticipate resolving the Section 106 issues well before that session.
Right.
And then once we have, we'll provide our comments on the seal compliance
Right.
schedule.
Thank you. So we've got a draft list of planning conditions attached to the statement of case of council. Any progress between any discussion on them or?
Yes, ma'am. Our colleague has spent some time speaking with the applicant. I think their initial discussions, as it were. What the council has done is to approach all the consultees to make sure that they've requested conditions that may have been reflected in consultee comments and so forth are within the draft list.
Right.
And it has been shared with the applicant. But it's fair to say, I think discussions will be ongoing for some time.
Okay, thank you.
Agreed, yeah.
Yeah.
We're trying to, I think, arrange an opportunity to sit down with the council and go over them, which will happen.
Right, okay. I mean, at some stage, quite a bit before, I wouldn't mind a updated list
Yeah.
when you've got anywhere with that. That would be helpful.
But yes, and when you say before, at the moment...
Well, it's right at the end of the inquiry, though.
Right, yeah, so we've not
Yeah.
got, unlike the 106, we've not got like a sort of
No,
preliminary...
you haven't, no, but don't forget about
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Just to clarify for the benefit of the public, these are a list of planning conditions that will be attached to any planning permission that the Secretary of State might decide to give. It is something that we discuss in detail at all inquiries, and particularly in Secretary of State cases, it has to be conditions have to be attached to the report, whatever my recommendation is, because obviously I'm not the one making the decision. So yeah, we will be going through those conditions in quite a lot of detail, but that doesn't mean to say prejudice anybody's case or mean that I've made up my mind on my recommendation either. All right. So we've got a very helpful plans booklet that's been provided for each site. I see we've got an update. It's been provided this morning. It seems to have a few different plans in it, including the illustrative master plan now, which is quite useful. So thank you for that. So have we got some at the back for the public? Or are they on the table at the front as well? No, they're missing. Sorry? They're missing. They're missing. Oh. Right, I think they might be helpful when the master plan's being discussed.
Okay.
All right, so we'll have a break by then, so there can be a couple of copies that the public can have a look at if you're interested. Might help explain some of the things that are going to be talked about. Thank you. All right. Let's go on to the site visit now. So thank you very much for the routes that I was given by both the parish councils. Helpful, thank you, and also the applicant and council. I presume you did it as a joint effort, I don't know. Unfortunately, it's a very big site, or both of them very big sites. Parish's route didn't prove possible because, well, it was a 10-mile hike for a start, but that's just, I presume, walking quite quickly. But when I go on a site visit, I need to stop and look and write down things. And in any event, it took me up to the north and then no way of getting back again. So I'm afraid I didn't do that one, but it looked very nice, and I might walk I will walk bits of it. There's lots of time during the inquiry. So what I chose to do was take the other site, which was had a sort of round trip. That I don't know what your intention was, whether you thought I'd drive it or what you thought I'd do, but I don't think you get a feeling from driving, really. I mean, you get much more of a feeling when you're walking in it. So that's what I did. I told you I was going to take someone with me, which is just as well, because I would have got completely lost otherwise. But we basically went round the southern bit, so it was basically number 3, I would say. But I think you take your life in your hands if you're walking along Ruins Barn Road, I can tell you. So we certainly didn't do that. What we did was we walked across the footpaths and we saw everything from the footpaths along the back. So it was going parallel with Breggar Road. And that was a really good route because it took you right in the site. So I followed parts of it, but not all of it. But we did about 6.5 miles round. So I've got a jolly good idea of that bit. And also we walked a little bit into the national landscape, but I do want to go and have more of a look at some stage from the national landscape. Dean's Hill, for example, will be instructive, I think. But we walked along Bexon Lane so I could see where the proposed junction's going to be. So yeah, and round the sun, I saw the southern, I would say the Highsted village bits of it. So I've got to, and also I could see, I think, where the road is proposed through that area too. So, and then by that time, because it's quite a long way drive back and forth to where I live, so I'm afraid we had to drive round the northern site. So I will go obviously and walk round that. That's not, it's a bit more manageable, I think. So we drove round. So we drove right the way round so we could see, see all the points and everything. But I wasn't able to walk those footpaths because it was getting, it's getting a bit dark by then. So. Okay, so that's what I did anyway, but there will be lots of opportunity for me to go and walk bits of it, which I will do, and certainly as the days get longer, there'll be more opportunity to do that after the inquiry. Be quite pleasant, won't it? So that's that. I will also, of course, at some stage be making an accompanied visit to the site if you wish me to do so. So that's another option, probably after the inquiry finishes, but it could be during the inquiry or during one of the breaks. We can sort that out near the time. Planning practice guidance makes provisions for the award of costs if there is considered to be unreasonable behaviour and unnecessary expense. I did ask at the pre-inquiry meeting and didn't sound as if anyone was likely to do that, but I won't ask you again now, but if you do wish to make an application for costs, that should be made before the end of the inquiry, please. Got a few clarifications, not much really. But this is just from the reading of the evidence. There are just a few points that I'm not clear about. I'm not asking for answers now, but I would like it probably more directed to the applicant, actually, if you could, either in the master plan evidence or landscape evidence, clarify these points. I wasn't really totally sure what the 2 school options involved. There were either-ors there. I wasn't sure what the embedded landscape mitigation involved, as opposed to the advanced planting and the landscaping. I just didn't really understand what the differences were.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure whether the landscape impacts had been considered cumulatively, not in terms of necessarily both schemes. Well, that was important, but also other committed developments.
Yeah, right.
Whether that, and just a final point, which I could have an answer on. There was some toing and froing about the Glivia copyright issue, and whether that's been resolved.
It always comes up, and it's in the Glivia is in the core docs now.
I thought it wasn't meant to be.
It can be, because although it is a copyrighted document, you're entitled to, there's an exemption to be able to use it in proceedings such as this. It's core document 18.41, so it's in.
Presume you shouldn't print it out.
That I'm not sure. I'm not printing it out, but it's online for anyone who wants to use it for the purposes of this inquiry.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, I'm sure that lots of people have got their own copies. I've got my own copy, but it's there if you need it. Is that all right, everybody? Yeah. Good. Thank you. Right. I'm going to just read out now the main considerations. Now, these are actually in my pre-inquiry meeting notes. So these were agreed, I think, at the pre-inquiry meeting, but just for those who weren't there. But I would just reiterate that they might very well change as time goes on. These are the considerations, I think, probably from what I've read and what I've heard, and from the statements of case and the call-in letter by the Secretary of State, are the main things that the inquiry wants to focus on. So firstly, whether the proposals will be consistent with the objective of significantly boosting the supply of homes in order to meet the borough's market and affordable housing need. Second, whether the proposals will be consistent with the objective of building a strong, competitive economy and supporting economic growth and productivity. Third, whether the proposals would promote sustainable transport solutions and provide the new population with choices to travel by modes other than the car. 4, the effect of the proposals on the strategic and local highway network. 5, whether the proposals would result in unacceptable noise and air quality impacts on nearby residential occupiers. 6, the effect of the proposals on the landscape and visual and rural character of the area, including the Kent Downs National Landscape and its setting. 7, the effect of the proposals on surrounding settlements. 8, the effect of the proposals on public rights of way and access to the countryside. 9, the effects of the proposals on ecology, including protected habitat sites and ancient woodland. 9, whether the proposals would conserve and enhance the historic environment, including below-ground archaeological resources. 10, whether the proposals will be consistent with the development plan. And 11, benefits of the proposed development, both individually, the northern site, and together, northern and southern sites. And just to reiterate what we were told at the pre-inquiry meeting, that the southern site can't stand alone.
Correct.
So I hope you'll explain that in your opening as to why. will you?
I will, but not in the opening. It'll come more in the
Right.
highways evidence, I think, in
The
particular.
highways evidence. Okay, well, come somewhere.
It'll come somewhere. Yeah.
All right, but the point is that the northern site can stand alone, or the two sites can stand together, but not the southern. The Secretary of State doesn't really have the option of allowing the southern, granting permission for the southern site without
That's
the
all
northern
correct.
site.
That's correct.
And there will also be consideration of planning policy and the planning balance, and as I've said, including the benefits. So I think, Mr. Warren, you brought up about settlement patterns and where that, I might be wrong, maybe you didn't. But anyway, the evidence on settlement patterns, someone asked where that would be best addressed. I think it was decided that that should go in the planning evidence,
That's fine.
which is the final topic to be heard. Right, well, you're very pleased to know I've come to the end of what I've got to say. So, is there anything else that anyone wants to raise before we hear the opening submissions?
There's one tiny thing from us, madam. It's something that I'd raised with my learned friends just about timetabling.
Don't tell me that somebody can't.
No, it's all fine. It's all fine. It goes back to your point about if we finish earlier, should we speed things up? Which generally I think we're all supportive of, obviously, so we've got a lot to get through. I think the caveat probably is heritage. So you might remember that Dr. Mealy has availability constraints, which is why we've timetabled heritage where we have done. It would be our, I think I'm speaking generally, but certainly are in terms of the applicant's strong preference. If landscape ends up for whatever reason not filling all of the next week, it would be our strong preference to, rather than begin a bit of heritage from the council and then stop and wait 2 weeks and come back and finish, to actually just stop at that stage and do all of heritage together in a week or however long we've got for it, if that's all right. I just wanted to make that suggestion now.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing. Certainly I wouldn't, because we've got 2 weeks break.
2 weeks off, exactly, yeah.
So, well, I don't know about off, but...
Off, no.
but
No,
we
quite.
have got 2 weeks when we're not sitting anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
yes, I think if we get through landscape quicker, we probably will call a halt at that stage, but I've got a feeling we won't.
No, fine. Well, let's
There's an
see.
awful lot to talk about, isn't there? A lot of evidence to get through.
Yeah.
So, I think we're probably, I know it's only 11:20, but I think it might be a good idea if we had a break in a minute and then came back for the openings. So the openings will be, first of all, we'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you.
Then we'll have Mr. Pereira for the council, then National Highways, then Kent County Council, Duchy of Cornwall, and then, are you going to make a joint opening, Mr. Bell? Yes, then we'll hear from you at the end, I'm afraid.
It would be slightly odd to do two openings.
Well,
It's confusing enough as it is at the moment.
yes, no, that's fine, no, thank you very much. So we will now have a 20-minute break, so we will please be back in the chamber ready to start at 20 to 12. 20 to 12. Thank you.
Second, that Swale has stopped planning. Third, that the site sits in, and by the site, as I say, I'm talking about both the northern and southern applications, as I explain in the footnote. The site sits in the biggest regeneration opportunity area in Europe. Fourth, the Thames Gateway and Swale itself are profoundly constrained. Fifth, Sittingbourne is a key node in the Thames Gateway, which is at the apex of Swale's spatial strategy, but without this scheme, it cannot grow. And finally, the scheme offers once-in-a-generation benefits. So, firstly, the Secretary of State's called these applications in because we're in the most profound housing crisis in living memory. The scheme, which is a new garden community of up to 8,400 homes, 1.8 million square foot of commercial business and employment uses, spread over 3 villages, including 350 hectares of publicly accessible open space, local centres, 5 new schools, and the northern and southern relief roads, along with a new junction onto the M2, is one of the largest proposals that's ever been called in by the Secretary of State. Why now? Because this Secretary of State recognises the epochal challenge faced by the UK's planning system. As she says, we are living in the most acute housing crisis in living memory. Those working in the planning system have, as she puts it, not just a professional responsibility, but a moral obligation to see more homes built. How many more homes? The Prime Minister's recent plan for change recommitted this government to achieving 1.5 million homes within this Parliament. Reaching that high water mark requires planning permissions for new homes to be granted at a level that they've not been for well over half a century. The Prime Minister's plan says in terms that the sheer scale of the housing crisis demands a radical response, one in which we must do things differently. Getting there will be, as he has said, an almighty challenge, but one we must meet by, as he puts it, turbocharging house building, and by saying, as he says, to the NIMBYs, the regulators, the blockers and the bureaucrats, you no longer have the upper hand. Britain says yes. The Housing Minister, too, has called this an acute and entrenched housing crisis in which the number of children in temporary accommodation stands at a historic high of nearly 160,000, and yet the number of homes granted planning permission has fallen to the lowest in a decade. The Minister has, just like the Secretary of State, just like the Prime Minister, committed also to a radical approach which reflects the government's commitment not to duck the hard choices that must be confronted in order to tackle the housing crisis, because the alternative is a future in which a decent, safe, secure and affordable home is a privilege enjoyed only by some rather than being the right of all working people. And we're here because this scheme is itself, as The Guardian put it, a make or break test for this government's housing programme. Secondly, Madam, Swale has stopped planning. Of course, our system expects the primary vehicle for those hard choices to be the local plan process, but part of the reason we have fallen so far in Swale, in Kent, in the Thames Gateway, in the southeast of England, and indeed nationally, is because of a chronic failure to deliver local plans. They're not happening fast or frequently enough to come close to meeting the needs of today, still less those of tomorrow. The Secretary of State understands this problem, and given the acuity of this crisis, she's made clear that we can't wait for all release to come through plan making. And that's particularly so in Swale, which is a borough which has not got an up-to-date local plan, is really no closer to adopting a plan now than it was 7 years ago when it started its Regulation 18 consultation, which must now plan to allocate land for at least 16 to 21,000 homes, but nonetheless will not take any steps toward consulting on or progressing a new plan consultation until after this application has been determined. This council cannot, we agree, demonstrate a minimum 5-year housing land supply, but what has prevented yet further deterioration in delivery here over recent years isn't plan making. It's a string of successful appeals in face of the council's resistance for sites like Barton Hill Drive, which was 700 homes, Wisers Lane, which is a Secretary of State decision for 675 homes, and others. Swanstreet Avenue, Sittingbourne, 135 homes, Church Road in Sittingbourne, 380 homes, Afton Court Farm in Sittingbourne, 290 homes, London Road in Newington, 135 homes, and many more. Most recently, the council's resolved not to defend a further appeal for 650 homes in Minster-on-Sea. So we're here, then, because this crisis is, aside from anything else, a crisis in plan making. And it must then, at least for now, be the role of development management to deliver the radical change the government expects of the planning system. So third then, the site sits in the biggest regeneration opportunity area in Europe. The Thames Gateway covers some 100,000 hectares, running the 40 miles from the Isle of Dogs in Tower Hamlets to the mouth of the Thames between Southend-on-Sea and the Isle of Sheppey. For over half a century, governments have seen the Thames Gateway as the biggest regeneration opportunity in Europe, at the strategic interface between Europe and London as a world city. Lord Heseltine, whose work in the 1980s led to the recognition of the Gateway in regional planning policy, calls it this country's greatest single prospective area for growth. And yet, the area's history has been one of chronic economic underperformance, which has led to lower incomes, higher unemployment, poor educational results, and poor health problems, and those trends continue today. Swale is the second most deprived district in Kent after Thanet. 15 neighbourhoods in Swale fall into the 20% most deprived nationally. The Thames Estuary Growth Commission's ambition is for a minimum of 1 million homes by 2050 to support the creation of 1.3 million new jobs, £190 billion of additional GVA. That equates to 31,250 homes a year, but, as the Commission's told us, solely focusing on London is unsustainable. And more, that's right, homes in London, yes, is unsustainable, and that more of these homes should be provided in Kent and Essex. And in relation to the North Foreshore area within which Sittingbourne sits, the Commission is clear the plan should also be ambitious, going above the minimum housing numbers set by government. There has, of course, been progress in the Gateway, for instance, the high-speed rail connection to London and projects like the first phase of the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road and indeed the second Swale crossing, which improved access to the Isle of Sheppey and the Sheerness port. However, most of the large-scale development in the Thames Gateway so far has been in and around London itself, e.g. the Olympic Park, the Elizabeth Line. Part of that is because, albeit the Gateway's opportunities are vast, so are its constraints. The Thames Gateway, and indeed Swale itself, are profoundly constrained. Outside of the built-up areas, most of the Gateway is covered by a combination of metropolitan greenbelt, statutory ecological designations, and high-level flood risk zones around the Thames estuary itself, as those two plans illustrate. There is little opportunity for sustainably located strategic scale growth in the Thames Gateway outside of those designations in the way that this site is. And that picture is clearer still in the context of Swale. Most of this borough is covered by high-level statutory designations. 21% of it in the south is covered by the national landscape, the Kent Downs. 25% of the borough to the north is covered by a mixture of SACs, SPAs, Ramsar sites, alongside enormous areas within flood zone 3 around the estuary. 70% of Swale is subject to existing and proposed landscape designations. And the same story emerges from the council's own evidence base, which puts this site into a central strip of land that is described as less constrained, which is to say areas which would tend to have environmental constraints which could be mitigated, as illustrated by the plan produced by Peter Brett on the next page. Only 23% of Swale is both undeveloped and also not subject to any existing or proposed environmental designation. in the end, if Sittingbourne is to achieve the scale of strategic regenerative growth that it must, development of this land is inevitable. And that is because, as we now explain, of the transformational mix of housing, employment and infrastructure that this scheme proposes to bring forward. Fifth, Sittingbourne is a key node in the Thames Gateway at the apex of Swale's spatial strategy, but without this scheme, it cannot grow. Sittingbourne is, of course, Swale's main borough urban centre in the local plan. It's the focus for housing, retail and employment developments. 3 decades ago, RPG 9A acknowledged the potential of Sittingbourne in the context of the Gateway and the importance of improvements in road infrastructure for this to be realised, and the councils consistently recognised the imperative to achieve regeneration here, but its attempts have stalled time after time after time. And that is in part because it tried to choke off growth by wrapping a policy buffer around the southern edge of the town. It's in part because of the range of ecological and flood constraints in the estuarine landscape to the north of the town. But the greatest constraint on Sittingbourne's growth is its creaking highways infrastructure. The town is strategically located on the A2, but that road has had a major and long-standing congestion problem, which itself is in part a consequence of congestion at junction 5 of the M2 motorway and the A249 corridor, which provides access between the motorway network and Sittingbourne and Sheppey to the north. Another major problem, particularly for the Kent Science Park, to which I'll come back to, is the lack of connectivity between the A2 to the east of Sittingbourne and the motorway. Part of the council's solution, of course, was the Northern Relief Road to bypass Sittingbourne, along with the Southern Relief Road to connect the A2 to the M2. These connections have been a core component of strategies both of Swale and indeed of Kent since at least 2006. They are required to solve the congestion and air quality problems identified by the inspector during the last local plan process to allow Sittingbourne to grow. The first part of that road, that's to say the Northern Road, was delivered in the 2000s. It was never finished. Indeed, it was shelved by Swale in 2011 until plans for the southern link to the M2 could be brought forward, and for some 15 years now it has remained a road to nowhere. This council resolved to support funding bids for both the southern and northern relief roads in 2017, and Highways England at the time confirmed that any option for growth in Swale's next local plan will in all probability require both links. And this scheme finally unlocks, funds and delivers these connections. Those improvements will reduce traffic along the A2, including through the centre of Sittingbourne. They'll lead to net betterment at a number of local air quality management areas. They'll allow Sittingbourne to grow as it should and indeed as it must into the next local plan period. Of course, the new M2 junction requires some development within the national landscape, but given that the M2 is itself the boundary of the national landscape, any future connection to the motorway requires the same thing, and the strategic need for these connections has been recognised, as I've said, for years. And so finally, this scheme offers once-in-a-generation benefits. What makes the scheme distinctive, indeed what makes it a unique opportunity for the borough, isn't just the nature and scale of its housing, employment or infrastructure offers, it's how it can deliver several different kinds of transformational and interdependent benefits all at once. So firstly, the scheme will bring thousands of desperately needed homes, both market and affordable homes of a wide range of types and tenures, in what's by far the most sustainable location in the borough, and indeed one of the most sustainable locations in the whole region. It will, secondly, address a massive demand for high-quality commercial employment space in a borough that has been severely and chronically constrained in its supply of industrial land. In particular, the scheme will extend the Kent Science Park, already one of the largest science parks in the southeast, with around 565,000 square foot of commercial floor space across 42 buildings. Most of its 60 occupiers are in life sciences, engineering and tech sectors. And thirdly, whilst doing all of that, it will, as I've said, solve the highways problems that have stifled Sittingbourne's ability to grow, with a solution that, in the words of the Council's advisors, will be a game changer with benefits of borough-wide significance to unlock Sittingbourne from its current reliance on Junction 5. It will also bring huge swathes of best-in-class strategic green infrastructure, some 350 hectares of varied spaces and accessible landscape that will be enjoyed by the people of Sittingbourne for decades to come. And this is critical. Sittingbourne is going to keep growing as it has been. That is inevitable. But what's not inevitable is to ensure that that growth is accompanied by high-quality strategic green infrastructure. Indeed, in the last 3 decades, over 300 hectares of farmland around Sittingbourne has been developed, but without the benefits of anything like the quality or quantity of strategic green infrastructure that this scheme is going to bring forward, as we illustrate. In the end, as we'll hear about today, a meticulous master planning exercise carried out over the last decade has laid the groundwork for a group of sustainable neighbourhoods that'll minimise the need to travel by car, that'll be walkable, with new homes in easy distances of shops, cafes, schools, offices and accessible open spaces, and which will be safe and attractive places to live with tree-lined streets, village greens and parks. Taken together, these benefits are, in the words of the Council's own advisors, transformational. They are paradigmatic public benefits. They go to the heart of what the UK planning system is seeking to achieve. They are quantitatively and qualitatively at the very highest level. Of course, a scheme on this scale, albeit in a relatively unconstrained location, will have a range of environmental impacts. For instance, the local landscape will change, albeit we know from the Council's assessment that on landscape policy and broader landscape considerations, there's no in principle reason why the site as proposed can't be considered suitable for development. As above, as I've said, because the motorway is the border to the Kent Downs, the new junction inevitably impacts on a small part of that landscape, which of course itself is already impacted by the presence of the motorway. There'll be inevitable changes to the settings of conservation areas and listed buildings, but again, the Council's own assessment was there's no suggestion that the scale of any potential heritage impacts should prevent the proposal coming forward, and the evidence before the Secretary of State, from the applicant and indeed from the Council, identifies no more than less than substantial harm to any designated asset's significance. Albeit, both applications will achieve a biodiversity net gain in excess of 20%, which is to say double what legislation requires for new applications, which represents an enormous ecological benefit given the scale of the scheme. And although the site's not subject to any statutory ecological designations, and although it won't affect any European designated habitat sites, there will be unavoidable impacts on small areas of ancient woodland, which will be compensated for to a level that exceeds the gold standard advocated by the conservation sector, and small parts of the Highsted Quarries local wildlife site, albeit only secondary woodland which doesn't form the qualifying feature within the local wildlife site on the basis of habitat interest. Overall, the extent of adverse effects is relatively limited, localised, and no more than the unavoidable consequence of Sittingbourne growing the way it should have already. But those effects are vastly outweighed by the sum of benefits that I've mentioned in a way that passes all of the relevant development management thresholds in the National Planning Policy Framework, including, in the end, the presumption in favour of sustainable development at 11D2 of the framework. And for those reasons, for the reasons that we'll give in our evidence, and of course in closing, we ask you to recommend that the Secretary of State grant permission for the applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Mr. Pereira.
Thank you, Madam. These applications promote strategic place-changing development at a vast scale, brought forward not by strategic planning, but through development control. The critical need for close scrutiny of what is proposed is self-evident, particularly so given the legion of harms from the applications, including to landscapes with the highest status of protection, the wholly exceptional destruction of irreplaceable habitats, and harm to historic assets which Parliament has singled out for particular attention in the planning process. These infrastructure-led proposals will undoubtedly be transformational, but at what cost? For its part, the Council recognises the need to plan for growth in the area. The external political uncertainties which have contributed to the delay in its emerging development plan have been referred to elsewhere. While the applicants make at times trenchant criticisms of the Council and its planning credentials, they have no bearing on the Council's proposed refusal of these schemes. At the time of the call-in, the schemes were inevitably destined for refusal. Natural England agreed that there were serious and unresolved issues with the Habitats Regulations assessment for the Southern scheme, which we understand persists to this day. In addition, taken together, the applications were opposed by a congress of statutory consultees. National Highways saw no strategic case for the Sittingbourne Southern Relief Road and had reservations about its technical design. This seriously undermines the benefits of the Southern scheme. Kent County Council had a holding objection to various aspects of highway access, traffic impacts and mitigation for the Southern site. Adding to the various fronts of objection, the applications were opposed or not supported by a range of bodies on ecological, the Woodland Trust, Kent Wildlife Trust, Natural England, Heritage, Historic England, Active Travel, see the Active Travel England responses, Landscape, Kent Downs National Landscape Unit, and Archaeological Grounds. The Council acknowledges that the position of some consultees may change over the course of the inquiry, which in turn will be relevant to the overall planning balance. But it is indicative of the multiple harms generated by these proposals that rafts of objection remained several years after the applications were submitted. With fundamental problems persisting, refusal was inevitable. Having briefly explained how we got here, we turn now to some of the issues facing the inquiry. The 1.5 million home elephant in the room. There is a large 1.5 million home elephant in the room. This was a key manifesto promise, voter-backed, government-mandated, and a priority for the ultimate decision-maker, and the Council does not ignore it. As the proverb goes, the blind man who feels the elephant's trunk will think it's a snake. Its leg a tree, its side a wall, and its tail a rope. In this case, we must examine both the parts and the whole. It is essential that political ambition does not obscure environmental reality. With clear sight, the inquiry must see things fully for what they are, regardless of the political aspirations of the Secretary of State. With this in mind, we raise 5 overall themes pervading the evidence to be heard over the next 5 months. First, the importance of close scrutiny. As you will be aware, Madam, the role of and value of the call-in inquiry is to provide a buffer to the political process through the provision of an objective professional planning report that takes in the full impacts and benefits of the proposal. The applications will, of course, be assessed by the Secretary of State, likely through a broader prism of political and public interest. And we quote there from the Alconbury case. I will read that out, actually, Lord Nolan, saying this: "In a relatively small and populous island which we occupy, the decisions made by the Secretary of State will often have acute social, economic, and environmental implications. A degree of central control is essential to the orderly use and development of town and country. Parliament has entrusted the requisite degree of control to the Secretary of State, and it is to Parliament which she must account for her exercise of it." The integrity of the Secretary of State's decision on a call-in application is ultimately underwritten by political accountability, but the prior inquiry stage plays an important part in that overall process. If the Secretary of State is to be accountable for striking the overall planning balance between planning harms and political priorities, she must know what to put in the scales. The undeniable political context makes close scrutiny of the harms of the development at this stage more, and not less, important. It's therefore essential that she is fully appraised of the technical demerits of the scheme. The Council's case is that the applicants have chronically underestimated or downplayed the harms, and a focal question for this inquiry will therefore be understanding what those harms are. Second, and on that point, there are multiplied impacts. In some areas, the differences between the Council and the applicants may seem small. This is particularly pronounced for the heritage issues, where it might be said that the experts differ in shades. But those small differences add up over the sheer magnitude of the applications. The inquiry will, in the usual way, focus on the areas of dispute, and a decision will need to be reached on the areas where harm is not agreed. But it is just as important to take stock of the cumulation of agreed harm, even if not expressly debated at the inquiry. Third, strategic placemaking through development control. The strategic nature of these vast applications risks obscuring the real question before you and thereafter the Secretary of State, which is not whether the sites should in principle be allocated for development, but whether these specific applications warrant planning permission. This is a matter of decision-making, not high-level strategic planning. The focus must remain on the specific impacts of these particular applications. The bare outline nature of the development must not be allowed to hide in store problems which surface down the line. Hence, rigorous scrutiny must also extend to the controls and conditions necessary to govern the development if it is to be permitted. There will be an understandable temptation to put off matters to tiers 2 or 3, as on occasion the applicant's materials do, where they appeal to the countless subsequent later stage planning processes. Whether the harms can adequately be addressed or benefits can be successfully delivered at a later date needs to be demonstrated, not asserted, now. Fourth, no building at any cost. Since its inception in 2012, the framework has been the highest expression of centralised planning in the essentially local system of development control under the 1990 Act. No Labour government until now has ever had a hand in its drafting. Following extensive consultation, the new Labour government has largely retained its fundamental protections. National landscapes remain afforded the highest level of landscape protection, as do ancient woodlands as irreplaceable habitats. There is no reason why a manifesto pledge to build 1.5 million homes cannot sit alongside these protections. If the two were irreconcilable, the government could have been expected to take the red pen to the framework. The challenge facing the inquiry and the ultimate decision maker is how to build within the justifiable limits government has itself placed on the protection of valued assets. There is no need and no justification for building at any cost. Fifth, paper promises. Whilst the applications in their current form exist only as a red line boundary on sheets of paper, they have tangible implications for the people, the landscape, and the communities who live here. The balancing exercise between harms and benefits is not a thought experiment. It is easy to assert in the abstract that a scheme will create a nice place to live or work. Fundamental to this inquiry is testing whether the applications will live up to the promises made on paper. It is a fundamental premise of the planning system that in considering any benefits of what is to come, we must also consider the existing situation and what is to be lost. And for now, like my learned friend, we make 6 points. First, development plan and process. The starting point remains the statutory priority afforded to the local development plan. The applications fly in the face of the spatial hierarchy in that plan. Both the residential and commercial elements of the applications conflict with it. Whatever weight is placed on given policies in the plan, the development boundary it contains reflects the fact that the built form of the sites lie recognisably beyond the defined settlement boundary, in some parts largely in open countryside. The introduction of large residential and commercial development plots outside that boundary would fundamentally change the existing context. The applicants draw heavily on the commercial offering to be gained in the applications, but that should not overlook what is lost. The southern site would supplant the rural economy on tracts of best and most versatile land. With it would be lost the sense of place with which this area has been associated since at least the 18th century. If the vaunted creation of a wide range of jobs is truly to be a benefit for the entire community, it must be sensibly located. At present, there's no justification for the business offering at this location, which the Council consider is better suited elsewhere. Even the applicants acknowledge their case needs strengthening on this point, and the need and justification for the commercial offering is not due until the 1st of April 2025, shy of 4 years after submitting the applications. It is, of course, the case that the plan sits within the larger context which includes the Thames Gateway. That overall aspiration, which has been factored into the spatial hierarchy on which the plan relies, is not blind to the existing constraints of the application site. It ultimately does not justify the extent of departure from the local plan which the applications require.
Can I just interrupt you? Sorry,
Yes.
could you just explain what you mean by that? The paragraph before, the need and justification is not due until 1st of April.
Yes, this is the applicant's additional employment land report, which is coming, which wasn't an application document, but is being submitted in advance of the deadline for the tranche of that evidence. The Council has candidly accepted that the provision of housing plainly does accord with certain parts of the framework, at least when read in isolation. That is a truism for any residential scheme of such magnitude. A focus of this inquiry is whether the applications meet the overall strategy of the framework, which is not just to build, but to build well, in accordance with an overall vision of sustainable development. 2. Placemaking. A key justification of the applications, despite their accepted harms, is that they will create desirable places to live. The claim must be carefully examined. The applicant's vision of a necklace of villages relies on the southern scheme being threaded through with major road infrastructure, the Southern Relief Road. The challenge for the applicants is to show whether the road, which essentially cleaves the site in two, offers a legible, permeable space for future communities and ecological interests. It is imperative to understand how and whether the Southern Relief Road can overcome the inherent tension between traffic distribution and spatial connectivity, sustain truly integrated and permeable parcels of development, and ultimately create a coherent, logical sense of place. Understanding the impacts of the high-level master plan feeds into the granular question of how the profound urbanisation heralded by these applications will affect the existing natural assets, historic assets and built form. How will the sports pitch, major road infrastructure and expanded Kent Science Park in the southern scheme affect the national landscape and its setting? How will the new conurbations fit alongside, in some cases cheek by jowl, with the existing rural villages? Tong Conservation Area will be severed in two by the Northern Relief Road. How will it affect the area overall? How will the valued public rights of way across the Tenham Fruit Belt be appreciated when flanked by a housing estate? The abstract must be reconciled with the tangible impacts of the development on the ground. Third, landscape and change. The applicants now appear to approach the matter on the basis that there will be, quotes, significant adverse effects on landscape and visual impacts. Their evidence recognises the harm caused by the applicants, although it often studiously avoids that term in its evidence. The somewhat colourable terminology of extent of change should not displace the need to understand the actual harm of what is proposed, both in the short term and in the long term. The existing context of the sites includes the well-defined local landscapes, highly valued landscapes at county level, and, of course, the Kent Downs National Landscape, which merits the highest status of protection. The national landscape's value as a landscape is expressed on multiple fronts: its inherent landscape features, its sensory qualities, and its time depth, which Historic England's position attests to. The development would give over 4 hectares of national landscape to motorway infrastructure, with attendant noise, traffic lighting, and visual clutter. The setting of the national landscape will change drastically, with a prevailing urban fringe character in residential areas and an industrial feel in the commercial quarters. The decision maker will need to reconcile that harm with the duty Parliament has imposed on the Secretary of State to seek to further the purposes of the national landscape, the protected landscapes duty. The shape and content of that duty will be considered throughout the inquiry, not least in the light of expected decisions from the Secretary of State on other projects. Compensation to offset the harm occasioned by the southern application is necessary and proportionate in the Council's view. Fourth, road infrastructure and impact. The highway and strategic road network both fall within the purview of Kent County Council and National Highways, respectively, and the Council defers to them on technical aspects of such matters. The Council's highway position should be understood on 3 levels. First, at the higher level is the strategic justification for the infrastructure. The Council will not be leading evidence on this point, but notes this matter is closely tied to the applicant's overall promise of game-changing transport infrastructure. As far as that concerns the Southern Relief Road, that claim is questionable given the extant objections from National Highways and the County Council. It may be that this is resolved during the course of the inquiry, but it remains an issue as we speak. The second level is the direct harm of road infrastructure on protected assets, should the applicants manage to show a strategic case for it. The physical, volumetric fact of the road infrastructure poses clear harm. The Northern Relief Road is directly harmful to both the Tong Conservation Area, which it bisects, and to the existing landscape context of the northern site. The Southern Relief Road intrudes upon the national landscape and destroys irreplaceable natural habitats. The third level is the indirect harm of the road infrastructure. Its physical presence aside, the road infrastructure will bring additional traffic, noise, and lighting. Whatever its benefits, they will need to be balanced against its multiple axes of harm. The inquiry must interrogate the introduction of a substantial road infrastructure which divides the southern site in half and forms the dominant setting for much of the open space provision. Fifth, heritage and harm. Whilst only one heritage asset, the Tong Conservation Area, lies within the red line of the sites, this fact overlooks the many assets within its vicinity, including the Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area, which is flanked on all sides. The application sites have a rich historical tapestry expressed through associations with ancient Britain kings, Thomas à Becket, and the humble links to agricultural farming communities. The relationship of built form and landscape is symbiotic. The extent to which the substantial residential and commercial development poses harm to the setting of the assets by alienating from them from their context will be explored through the evidence. Sixth, and the final point, planning balance and values. All sides can point to a parade of benefits and disbenefits as their case may be. Each is magnified by the sheer size of the schemes. Ultimately, the local planning authority's position is that the bundle of harms posed by the applications on many fronts is such that they must be refused. Seen as a whole, those harms provide a strong reason for refusal such that the tilted balance is not engaged. Even on the normal balance, the scales are tipped in favour of refusal. So finally then, conclusions. Flying high has its costs. The applications are unashamedly ambitious, yet ambition is only a benefit if delivered sustainably. The Council's position is that each application falls short of this essential requirement of government policy. It will invite you, Madam, in due course to recommend refusal of both. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pereira.
Thank you.
Mr. Young.
So, Kent County Council appear at this call-in inquiry to give evidence on a number of issues for which it has responsibility. Kent County Council do not appear at this inquiry to give evidence on the merits of the proposals. And happily, I have 6 topics as well. Traffic and highways. The Northern Relief Road has been a long-standing commitment in Kent County Council's local transport plans. Its delivery is seen as beneficial and necessary for accommodating development in the area. The new motorway junction on the M2 and the Southern Relief Road are proposals set out in the current local transport plan. They would be beneficial for traffic travelling through Kent on strategic roads and also local traffic. there is a clear need and commitment to the delivery of a strategic connection between the M2 and the A2. The applicants submitted transport assessments to support both applications. These raised various issues, which Kent County Council has sought, that should read, to explore with the applicants. Significant progress has been made towards addressing these issues. The traffic and highways evidence is to be heard towards the end of the inquiry. The applicants are continuing to work to address the outstanding issues. It may be that Kent County Council do not need to appear at this inquiry if all matters can be resolved. Education. The issue of education has been resolved with the applicants agreeing to the delivery of a new secondary school and new primary schools on both developments. There is no dispute about education. It's subject to Section 106 drafting. A statement of common ground has been submitted. Public rights of way. There is a network of public rights of way in the area. The development will obviously impact on these, and in particular the experience of users of the public rights of way. The applicants have sought to respond positively to this loss, and this issue is likely to be resolved. It remains the case that the applicants' witnesses need to acknowledge the impact on users of the existing public right-of-way network. Waste and recycling. The applicants have recognised that for development on this scale, there is a need for a comprehensive approach to waste and recycling facilities. A statement of common ground has been submitted. Archaeology. The applicants have recognised the need to undertake the requested trial, that should read, trenching, and works presently underway. Progress is being made towards resolving this issue, in part subject to the results of the archaeological work. And the Section 106 agreements are a critical part of the case for Kent County Council. Work on these is progressing with a view to reaching agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Actually, on that point about the archaeological, the trial trenching, is that the area that in the southwestern field of the site where there are lots of sort of trenches and pits and things?
It includes that area. That, yes, there are other areas as well.
Right, okay.
You may have seen, if you walked it recently, you will have seen it on site.
Right across the middle of
Yeah.
it. Right, thank you very much. Mr. Westmoreland-Smith, thank you.
Thank you. We're in the unusual position of opening our case prior to adducing our evidence, and as a result, this opening statement is more by way of a short update than a traditional opening statement. Our interest in the inquiry, as you know, ma'am, is confined to matter C in the Secretary of State's call-in letter, and in terms of your main issues, the fourth you identified today, the effect of the proposals on the strategic, in particular, highway network. National Highways is a strategic highway company under the Infrastructure Act 2015. It operates under a licence, and that licence comprises the Secretary of State for Transport statutory directions, which are mandatory, and guidance, which is discretionary, to National Highways as to how it should carry out its duties and functions as a strategic highway company. National Highways is the Highways Authority for the Strategic Road Network, and that, as you know, is a critical national asset. And National Highways is required by its licence to operate and manage the Strategic Road Network in the public interest, both in respect of current activities and needs, as well as in providing effective stewardship of its long-term operation and integrity. And paragraph 4.2 of the licence is important, and it requires National Highways to act in a manner best calculated to, amongst other things, ensure the effective operation of the network, ensure the maintenance, resilience, renewal and replacement of the network, ensure the improvement, enhancement and long-term development of the network, and protect and improve the safety of the network, as well as minimising environmental impacts of operating, maintaining and improving its networks. And finally, to conform to the principles of sustainable development. And for the purposes of the licence, that means encouraging economic growth while protecting the environment and improving the safety and quality of life for current and future generations. So as such, National Highways is not opposed to the principle of the development and will support the scheme if it can, but consistent with its obligations to ensure the safe, efficient and effective operation of the strategic road network. As to the northern application, you'll be aware that we do not object to the northern application subject to the imposition of conditions, and those relate to the delivery of the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road, the design and implementation of the proposed monitor and manage strategy for the site, and a construction traffic management plan. Our interest in the inquiry will lie with the southern application. With regards to that application, National Highways issued a holding recommendation on the 4th of October of last year, and that was premised on the fact that further information was still required from the applicant to enable National Highways to properly assess the scheme. Since then, the applicant and National Highways have been working to resolve remaining issues, and National Highways issued a letter to the applicant in January of this year, which confirmed the further information required, and a timetable for the provision of that information was agreed between the parties. And the applicant has provided the requested information in accordance with that timetable, and National Highways is in the process of analysing the further information. And National Highways and the applicant are holding regular meetings in order to try and resolve any outstanding issues. As a result of the work to date, it's clear now that transport modelling issues will not remain an issue between National Highways and the applicant at this inquiry. Yes. And, but where there is still some work to be done in order to satisfy National Highways is in relation to junction design. There is a tension between the fact that this is an outline application with all matters, including access, reserved, and the need for National Highways to be satisfied that an acceptable junction can be delivered in principle within the red line. And that requires a reasonable level of information. What is important to avoid, and what National Highways wants to avoid, is the circumstances where the principle is signed off now in the planning sphere, but when the detail is assessed later, either within the planning sphere under reserved matters, or when it comes to the necessary separate consent under the Highways Act that will be required, it reveals that there's some fundamental problems with the junction design. And that's why we've been seeking this further information. But we will update you in that regard when we submit our evidence. We're working on that as of now. Just a couple of other matters to mention. Policy. Department for Transport Circular 1 of 22 notes at paragraph 18 that new connections onto the SRN lead to more weaving and turning manoeuvres, which in turn create additional risk to safety and reduces the reliability and efficiency of journeys, resulting in a negative impact on overall national economic activity and performance. And so for that reason, paragraph 19 states that the principle of creating new connections on the strategic road network should be identified at the plan making stage. And that requires National Highways to be satisfied that all reasonable options to deliver modal shift to assist in reducing car dependency have been exhausted before considering options for new connections. But outside of that plan making process, which is the world we inhabit here in this inquiry, paragraph 20 states that there should be no new connections on the high-speed network, and there is therefore a presumption against new connections into the high-speed network which haven't been identified in local plans. Now, the proposed new junction 5A isn't identified in the adopted local plan, and as such there's a prima facie policy conflict. But any policy presumption is rebuttable, and National Highways' position will be that this is a policy conflict that needs to be taken into account and noted in the decision, but the decision itself ought to turn on the detailed analysis of whether or not the proposed junction is acceptable, and that in turn, from National Highways' perspective, will be reflected in the outstanding junction design issues. On costs, National Highways is currently reviewing the applicant's estimated costs of work to the strategic road network, in order to assess the extent to which the applicant's estimated costs are realistic. That number will be relevant in two ways. First, since National Highways will seek a surety in relation to costs of the proposed highways work to the strategic road network, as it can't contemplate work starting but not being completed. And although outside of the scope of National Highways case, secondly, it may have a knock-on effect on the assessment of viability of the scheme. So in conclusion, National Highways isn't quite there yet. We're working on our evidence and we're continuing to engage with the applicant in advance of submitting that evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Westmoreland-Smith. Thank you. Now, for the Duchy of Cornwall, Mr. Warren.
Thank you, ma'am. The Duchy of Cornwall, as you know, is bringing forward major development proposals at South East Faversham within Swale Borough Council's area. And as we made clear in our statement of case, we don't appear in a traditional objector role as a Rule 6 party, but as a key stakeholder in the area that is keen to ensure all relevant matters are assessed, and hence, ma'am, these opening points are brief. Of the Duchy's 350 hectares of land to the southeast of Faversham, just over 135 hectares form the site of a hybrid application which is currently before the council for determination with a target decision date in the second quarter of this year. The Duchy's site is close to the town centre of Faversham and lies between the A2 and the M2. It's a mixed-use proposal underlain by the Duchy's key principles, which can be seen at its well-known developments, including Poundbury and Nansledden. Very high design standards and sustainable development principles can be seen to form essential aspects of the scheme. The Duchy, ma'am, doesn't tend to obtain permission and then sell development sites. Its approach is one of long-term stewardship, which it strongly believes is more beneficial for existing and proposed communities. South East Faversham was originally promoted to the Council's Garden Communities initiative in 2018. It was then picked up through the emerging local plan process and was included as a proposed allocation at both the Regulation 18 and Regulation 19 stages of the plan. With 2,500 homes and around 70,000 square metres of non-residential uses included in the South East Faversham scheme, it's well placed to meet some of the Council's outstanding unmet needs. There are no remaining statutory consultee objections to the grant of permission. It's important, ma'am, that this scheme comes forward as soon as possible. But by contrast, neither of the two Highsted Park proposals has received the Council's support in the local plan process, not having been included at Regulation 18 or 19 stages. And as you know, both were recommended to be refused before they were called in by the Secretary of State. Now, such is the scale of the proposals, particularly the southern scheme and the two in combination, that particularly close attention seems merited in relation at least to at least the following. Firstly, the proposed development's relationship with Sittingbourne. Secondly, its effect on the rural area or areas in which it's proposed to be located. And thirdly, its effects on the transport network. Ma'am, those touch upon the issues which the Duchy, as a long-term stakeholder in the area, is particularly keen are explored through the inquiry. Now, ma'am, I should stress again, on behalf of the Duchy, that it doesn't appear at the inquiry with the aim of objecting to the Highsted Park proposals, but rather to play a role in ensuring that they don't go ahead unless they have been demonstrated to be in the best long-term interests of the area. And as you know, ma'am, as presently advised, the Duchy intends to submit evidence on transport and planning matters, but will review its position in the light of the relevant evidence as the stages of the inquiry progress. Thank you, ma'am.
You said that the decision is likely to be in the second quarter of this year. So would you anticipate that there will be a decision before the end of the inquiry?
I think the way that I've put it, which I hope is accurate, is that that's the target that both the LPA and the applicant certainly are working to. I don't think, to be fair, that the authority has or can give a guarantee of when the application will reach committee. and there are still a few things that are being discussed. But that's very much the timescale. So in answer to your question, it's the Duchy's hope and expectation that by the end of the inquiry there may be a decision. Yes.
Because will that have implications that need to be considered in terms of highways and other things?
It's something we can come back to in the highways evidence.
Right, okay. Well, maybe we might know a bit more at that time.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, obviously at the moment it doesn't have consent, so
No,
I
I
think
know.
but everyone's
That's
been
what-
proceeding on that basis. But absolutely, ma'am. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, you're not building a case that if your scheme is permitted, that this one would necessarily impact on whether this one is.
That's not something the Duchy said. No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So this opening is made on behalf of the 5 Parishes Group and Tenham and Highsted Community Action Group, together known as the Groups. Both groups have been granted Rule 6 status to this inquiry, and both will be providing evidence in support of their respective cases in opposition to grants of permission for the developments proposed for the northern and southern sites. As the other parties have now presented their opening statements and outlined what the proposed developments are for both sites, for the sake of brevity, I do not propose to repeat the outlines already given of what is proposed by these applications. Although this opening is provided on a joint basis, it is important to the groups that the inquiry notes that they both remain separate Rule 6 parties, albeit with a common goal. To avoid duplication of evidence, submissions and costs, the groups have worked together to ensure that the cases they present to the inquiry reflect the issues that each Rule 6 party considered it was best equipped to deal with and present evidence on. The circumstances of this inquiry are unfortunate. The local communities that the groups represent expected these applications to be dealt with locally by those elected by them and appointed to the LPA's planning committee to consider and be determined by them using their local knowledge. That opportunity was lost hours before the planning committee was due to meet through the Secretary of State's decision to call these applications in. The groups submit that this inquiry should result in a recommendation of refusal for solid planning reasons, reinforced by the evidence to be presented over the following 12 weeks. In respect of the LPA, the groups are heartened by the commitments made in terms of resources and finances in this inquiry by the LPA in its efforts to ensure that appropriate and sustainable development comes forward in its borough. It is regrettable that those resources are having to be expended in this manner, as opposed to be allocated where they are so badly needed in this borough. However, that is the hand that these local communities have now been dealt, and through the groups they intend to clearly demonstrate why permission should be refused. In that regard, the groups wholeheartedly agree with the LPA's putative reasons for refusal, as set out in the LPA's statements of case and officers' reports. The groups intend to supplement those reasons with evidence that reinforces the putative reasons for refusal. The 15th century tower attached to the older church of St Nicholas in Rodmersham has stood prominently for centuries in its rural setting, visible for miles as a landmark across a rural landscape. It has weathered all seasons in this location, serving its rural community as they went about their day-to-day lives, in the good times and in times of need. In respect to the latter times, again St Nicholas's Church has a role to play. The top of the tower provides a breathtaking view of the surrounding rural landscape, and indeed provides a window onto the impact that the application proposals will have on that landscape, the ecology that calls that landscape home, the heritage assets located within it that are key to understanding the scattered settlements that developed over the centuries, and the earth-shattering changes that those who live and work in the area will face if permission is granted for these proposals. In due course, the inquiry will hear evidence of these impacts, including those affecting St Nicholas's Church, but for now the groups would invite the inspector, at a suitable point in the inquiry, to arrange a site visit to the tower, climb the ancient and narrow staircase, and experience the views of that landscape that the tower is able to present of both application sites and the wider area. Such a visit will assist in putting the developments proposed into the context of the existing landscape.
Happy to do that.
Thank you. Turning to the northern site. The northern site encompasses just under 98 hectares of land, dominated by arable and pastoral fields, displaying the types of landscape features that are identifiable to Kent: orchards, both intensively farmed and traditionally managed, woodland, scrub, grassland, tall ruderal vegetation, trees, hedgerows, a pond and a chalk stream watercourse fed by a natural spring. It is set within a wider area of traditional rural landmass, with further areas of farmland, small settlements, together with features to be expected in modern-day Britain, such as the A2 and more modern housing estates. However, predominantly this is an area steeped in farming, and the landscape reflects that. Indeed, the very fact that the area is predominantly farmland is explained in part by the fact that 87.6% of the agricultural land contained within the northern site is graded as 3A good quality. That is a significant loss of BMV. There are no national ecological designations that seek to protect the site. However, it is close, around 500 metres, to the Swale Site of Scientific Importance, the SSSI, a Special Protection Area, and a Ramsar site. Further afield, around 6 kilometres, the Medway Estuary is found, together with the marshes SSSI, another SPA, and another Ramsar site. Part of the Tong Conservation Area covers the western area of the site, and there are multiple listed buildings located in close proximity, including 2 Grade Star listed buildings, Frognall and Claxfield farmhouses. The Tong Conservation Area will be impacted, along with the adjacent setting of the Grade 2 listed Tong Mill and Pond. The northern site is crossed by a number of public rights of way that will be adversely affected by the application proposal, impacting on their appeal to walkers and the enjoyment that people take from them when on a recreational walk in the Kent countryside. Land to the northeast of the site is identified as being an area of high landscape value at the swale level and is underlain by mineral safeguarding areas. It is outside of the built-up boundary, has areas of land within Flood Zone 3 and passes through areas designated as local green spaces. A significant part of the site falls within groundwater source protection zones, SPZ 2 and 3. Turning to the southern site. This site covers just under 578 hectares. It is part of an area of undulating farmland that can be clearly seen and felt when driving through the local road network. It includes the Kent Science Park, like the northern site, contains areas of arable and pastoral field, areas of commercial fruit growing and orchards, together with hedgerows and scattered settlements in a pattern of farmsteads, hamlets and isolated rural dwellings. A majority of the site is BMV land, graded as Grade 1 and 2. This again presents a significant loss of BMV if permission is granted for the southern site. Brick earth is present within the site, a safeguarded mineral. Areas of the site are captured as being within flood zones 2 and 3. The proposed household waste recycling centre is located within SPZ 1, with areas of the site spanning SPZ 1, 2 and 3. Within the site can be found the former chalk pits, disused quarries that now support habitats and species of rich grassland that are designated as sites of local biodiversity and geological conservation in the local plan. Ancient woodland can be found within the site, including Cromer's, Highsted and Beck's woods. A number of trees are subject to TPOs. As identified in the officer's report, the boundary of the Kent Downs National Landscape abuts the southern edge of the M2, and as such the proposal for the southern site involves development of the national landscape. Other areas within the eastern and southwestern parts of the southern site are within local areas of high landscape value and within a designated important countryside gap. Nearby designations include again the Swale SSSI, an SPA and a Ramsar site, together with the Medway Estuary and Marshes SSSI and another SPA and Ramsar site. Development of the southern site will affect 4 conservation areas, 7 Grade 1 listed buildings, including St Nicholas's Church, 8 Grade 2 star listed buildings, 131 Grade 2 listed buildings, and 4 key locally listed buildings. There are also areas within the site identified as areas of archaeological areas of priority. Again, a number of public rights of way will be directly affected by the proposed development, and the entire site falls within groundwater source protection zones, special protection zones 1, 2, 3, and on a principal aquifer. Turning to the group's case for objecting. It is the group's respective cases that in all, the 2 sites present significant and insurmountable difficulties from a multitude of angles, and it is near impossible to see how the harms that arise justify the grant of permission for a development of this magnitude at this location. Smaller, more sympathetic and sustainable development proposals would not have had such high hurdles to cross as these proposals. However, they are the proposals that this inquiry has to assess, and we say as a whole in respect of each site. Turning to the 5 parishes group. The 5 parishes group represents the communities of Bapchild, Bredgar, Milstead, Rodmersham, Tunstall and Wormshill. It was formed over 20 years ago in 2004 with the aims of advocating sustainable development and environmental preservation within the Borough of Swale. On behalf of the parishes it represents, it has, throughout its existence, been fully engaged with the planning process within Swale, from applications to local plan examinations. The Five Parishes Group is clearly supported by the local communities represented by its respective parish councils. As of the date of this opening statement, some £33,000 has been donated by members of the local community to fund the expert advice and representation needed to advance their case and assist the inquiry. The Five Parishes Group case, as set out in its statement of case, is advanced under 10 broad headings, with Councillor Bonney giving evidence to the inquiry in respect of a number of them. Turning to the first, environmental, ecological and landscape impacts. The proposal has clear adverse effects on A. Areas of high landscape value. B. The Kent Downs National Landscape. C. The rural lanes. D. Countryside gaps. E. Tranquility. And F. The prized dark skies currently observed in the area, and through the loss of around 675 hectares of BMV and the Swale Northern Fruit Belt. Heritage. The Five Parishes Group has pooled its resources with the Action Group to deal with this issue through Dr. Doggett and Mr. Townsend. Highways and infrastructure deficiencies. Noting that the Action Group will be calling Mr. Bamber to present its case, Five Parishes Group has its own concerns about the impacts caused to the local environment and quality of life that will arise from the adverse impacts that the proposed development will have on the local road network as well as the landscape. Turning to housing, supply and delivery. The Five Parishes Group has real concerns, that the level of infrastructure needed to support what strives to be a garden settlement will not be forthcoming within a 5-year time frame, and so will do very little to boost the LPA's 5-year housing land supply. Further, the limited affordable housing provision is subpar and not policy, both national and local compliant. Biodiversity. Real and irreversible harm will be caused to habitats and species within the site and its setting. This includes a number of protected areas. What little has been proposed by way of mitigation is appallingly insignificant. Water impacts. The Five Parishes Group does not consider that the applicant has demonstrated that an adequate water supply will be in place before construction commences, if permission is granted. It is also concerned as to whether or not an adequate water supply will ever be in place. Also, there is insufficient evidence that significant and protected watercourses will not be adversely impacted by the development, or that the applicant has demonstrated that it can protect them. This is in particular respect of the Ramsar site at Milton Creek, which has in the past been adversely affected by flooding, and the Thomas à Becket Spring, and the Bapchild Chalk Stream and Tong Pond. The proposed waste transfer station also poses a threat to the SPZ-Z1 area within which it is to be situated. In terms of viability, real concerns arise in respect to the viability of the development. The Five Parishes Group has invested its resources in the instruction of an expert who will provide evidence as to significant flaws in the applicant's conclusions on viability. To grant permission risks a development that will never commence or will stall on the basis of viability, resulting in an incomplete, incoherent blight on the landscape to the disbenefit of those who already live in the area and those unfortunate enough to move into such a development. In respect to the Section 106, the Five Parishes Group remains to be convinced that an appropriate Section 106 agreement can or will be put in place in respect of this development, and whether it will be able to provide for the scale of additional resources needed should permission be granted. Education and healthcare provision are key concerns. Oversubscribed already, there is a risk that this will be exacerbated unless thoroughly considered and addressed through a Section 106. Pollution at the Kent Science Park. Part of the development will involve land at the Kent Science Park, previously a Shell research and development site for over 50 years. Local knowledge will be provided in respect of what the locals understand to lie under the surface of this area of land. Public rights of way. The proposal adversely impacts a number of popular, locally and nationally, public rights of way. Some may be diverted to produce a less appealing route, others may be lost or fall out of use as recreational users find that the scenic walks they are accustomed to are lost forever. Master planning. The Five Parishes Group is concerned that the approach to master planning has been light touch and opportunities to maximise sustainability and deliverability have not been taken to the detriment of the neighbouring areas. What is said to be a master plan is little more than window dressing for a capacity study and an opportunity to advertise the development. Turning now to the Action Group. The Action Group is a coalition of 5 parish councils: Doddington, Linstead with Kingsdown, Newham, Tenham and Tongue. These parish councils are united in their opposition to the application proposals and have pooled resources in order to participate in this inquiry. This includes them having released funding from their respective precepts in order to act as a Rule 6 party in this inquiry. This step by the group is clearly supported by the local communities represented, as demonstrated by the level of donation made by the community in addition to the funds provided from the precepts. As of the date of this opening statement, a combined running total of some £25,000 has been donated to fund the expert advice and representation needed to advance their case and assist the inquiry. Without these donations, the Action Group would not have been able to participate as fully as it considered it needed to, without expending their precepts. The Actions Group's case, as set out in their statement of case, is advanced under 3 broad headings. Transport. With the assistance of an expert highways consultant in the form of Bruce Bamber of Railton, the Action Group intends to demonstrate that the proposed development has not prioritised sustainable modes of transport and as such fails to comply with paragraphs 109, 110, 115 and 117 of the NPPF. B. Will have an adverse impact on the A2 to justify a refusal under paragraphs 115 to 116 of the NPPF. C. Will exacerbate existing poor highway safety issues along Lower Road, again to the extent that refusal under paragraph 116 of the NPPF is justified. D. Will have a very substantial adverse impact on the Ruins Barn Road, Woodstock Road corridor, identifying that again the proposal is contrary to paragraphs 115 to 116 of the NPPF. E. Will lead to rat running along unsuitable parts of the highway network, again identifying conflicts with paragraphs 115 to 116 of the NPPF. F. Will lead to induced traffic, something that does not appear to have been considered in assessing the proposal's development's traffic impacts. This leads to the inevitable conclusion that what is proposed is contrary to paragraphs 109, 115 and 116 of the NPPF. All of this is very concerning to the existing residents who will have to negotiate the imposition of 8,400 families, an estimated 20,000 people, if one takes 2.39 people per household, which is a figure from the 2021 census, and additional workers on an already overcrowded local road network. Highly idealistic attempts by the applicant to mitigate this with a grand scheme to deliver a relief road and new junction with the M2 are likely to have little positive impact. Settlement impacts. The inquiry will hear from Councillor Speed, the chair of Linstead with Kingsdown Parish Council, in respect of the impacts the proposal will have on the local settlements, including his own. This evidence will come from the perspective of those who live locally and know the way their settlements function, what works, what does not, and what will be made worse. The key concerns are identified in the group's case statement as being A. An exacerbation of existing issues with London Road, Tenham, in the form of significant congestion, limited off-road parking, poor air quality within an AQMA5, and an increase in traffic, including HGVs. B. Pressure on existing poorly resourced healthcare facilities and the ability that more will be delivered through this proposal. C. Impacts of construction traffic on congestion and road safety. It is anticipated that a number of third parties may well attend on the allocated days to make their views known about how the proposed development will impact them if it is granted permission. Turning to heritage. Here, the Action Group and the 5 Parishes Group have pooled resources and instructed Dr. Nicholas Doggett to set out their case in respect of the adverse impacts that the proposals will have on a significant number of nationally and locally recognised heritage assets, including significant Grade 1 and Grade 2 star buildings, as well as conservation areas. In respect to the Grade 2 star listed Frognall Farmhouse, the current owner, Mr. Paul Townsend, will be given evidence of his understanding of the significance of the farmhouse, gleaned through his restoration project of the building and his lived experience. Serious and irreversible harm will be caused should permission be granted. Turning to air quality. Nigel Herrett-Smith, an informed local resident, will be appearing on behalf of the Action Group to set out its concerns in respect of adverse impacts on air quality. The action group is certain that the evidence it proposes to call during the next 12 weeks will provide the inquiry with more than enough material to show why a recommendation to refuse permission should be made to the Secretary of State. And in conclusion, the scale of what is proposed introduces into an area of Kent countryside and dispersed small settlements an unacceptable urban development of up to 8,400 dwellings. It will result in significant and irreversible harm in almost every way a development possibly can. It is almost a paradigm example of a poorly thought out planning proposal for the area the applicant plans to locate it in. It seeks to bring forward a proposal more suited for a local plan allocation and does so on a speculative basis on the knowledge it would unlikely pass a local plan process and be acceptable. If the sites are to be developed in the way currently proposed, then the natural and historical features and uses through which generations have worked and understood the area will be gone forever. The loss of valuable agricultural food-producing land is not something that the country can afford at this time, if at all. The transport impacts will result in misery for those using the local road network. The blight this proposal will have on the landscape and the lives who live and work here is extreme. The inquiry will be shown that this is the case within the next 12 weeks, at the conclusion of which the groups will invite in the inspector to recommend refusal.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Bell. Just one point. You were talking about evidence you're going to give on water supply and hydrology. Which session do you think that's going to fall under?
Madam, I think it's a matter that is probably going to be dealt with at the...
Oh yeah.
Apologies, madam. We had been envisaging that it would come out in the planning session. Madam, it is not one of those pieces of evidence where an expert has been instructed. It is local knowledge.
Right.
It's a bit difficult that, because I appreciate it's not intended that there be an expert from the Rule 6 parties, which is understood, but not knowing what it is that evidence is going to involve in particular may or may not give rise to the need for us to have an expert of our own to answer whatever the concerns are.
Right.
And it would certainly, whoever that person is, would not be our planning consultant, that's for sure. So maybe it's something we could have a discussion about offline and come back to you through the programme officer.
I mean, it doesn't really fit in very well with the planning evidence. I would say it's more sort of
It's almost a
a
freestanding
topic on its own, really, isn't it? I mean, if you're really going to go into the depth of it.
It's probably the second tranche, maybe after highways, where it might sit.
Yeah,
because
perhaps
we
could
want
you discuss?
Madam, yes. I mean, the water issue, if I can call it that, was more to do along the lines of sustainability and the ability to deliver the water supply. But I appreciate it's.
Yeah, I mean, it's a technical issue, and if you want me to understand your concerns and they have any traction, then obviously we're going to have to delve into it a bit, I think.
agreed, yeah.
You know,
And we'd
so-
certainly want to do that before we get to planning. So
Yeah, I
we'll
think-
discuss perhaps and come back to you on with an
If
idea.
you would, please. Thank you. Right, jolly good. Well, that takes us up to 1 o'clock, so that's lunchtime. So we will be doing the... Do you think we'll get through the master planning evidence this afternoon with all the cross-examination?
I suppose it's hard. It very much will be an hour, so we'll be finished at 3 or thereabouts, and then probably, I'm looking around the room, I suspect from what the indications from my learned friends earlier on, it doesn't sound like it's going to be hours and hours and hours on master planning, given that...
Mr. Bell looks as if he's
Mr. Bell,
No,
maybe...
I was going to chip in support. I mean, because
Yeah.
I get final pickings effectively, and I suspect most of the plums will have gone by the time
I don't
I
know.
come to serve myself.
How disappointing.
Right.
It may be also, of course, just to say, I've said this at the pre-inquiry meeting, that to the extent the master planners get into detailed specialist, things like ecology or heritage or whatever, I've said that I don't object to things being put on ice and raised with the respective witnesses in detail later. So we'll see. But there's a fair chance we do get through the whole topic today.
Let's see if we can, because then we can start landscape tomorrow, and I think that will be a good thing, really.
Absolutely.
Right, without more ado then, I will adjourn for lunch, and we'll be back here, please, at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Right, if everyone will settle down, please. It is now 2 o'clock, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So, over to you, Mr. Simons.
Thank you, Madam. We've got, as you will see, Mr. Sutherland on my right, on your left, and Mr. Murdoch on my left. Up on the screen, just so you're aware, there's a big screen behind you, a much smaller screen, unfortunately, in front of you. There's going to be the sequence of slides that you have also, just for your note, at core document 37.1.3, which you may even have hard copy by the look of it. So that's it as well. So we're going to they'll be working through those. So if you can't see any of the text on the screen, because some of it might be a bit small, then yep, there's that. Mr. Sutherland, as he explains on the 3rd page of his main proof of evidence, you are Mr. Sutherland. Brian Sutherland, you're a consultant architect at Milton Studios, and you set out your professional background and your academic qualifications on page 3. 42 years, you tell us, of experience in private architectural practice with developers and master developers on a range of different sorts of projects. You've been involved in the residential sector since 1994. You're chartered architect, member of REBA, and you work with Milton Studios, and you set out in your proof over many paragraphs a number of projects with which you've been involved in the past. Is all of that correct? You've got to turn your microphone on.
Yes, it is.
And sitting next to you is Mr. John Murdoch. Mr. Murdoch on page 2 of your proof of evidence, who you are. And John Murdoch, you're a director at Murdoch Wickham. You set out your qualifications, a diploma in landscape architecture, associate member of the Institute, Landscape Institute, and a director, principal landscape architect at Murdoch Wickham, with over 39 years of experience in orchestrating landscape visions and projects across the UK, Middle East, Caribbean, and America as well. And indeed, you set out also in your proof of evidence a number of examples of projects with which you've been involved, including in Kent and the local area over the years. Is all of that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. With all of that behind us, I'll pass then over to Mr. Sutherland, and rather than asking questions in chief, I'm just going to ask them to work through the slides in a presentation style. So over to you, Mr. Sutherland.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam. As Zach said, I'm Brian Sutherland, consultant architect with Milton Studio. We've been involved with this Highsted Park scheme from the very beginning, bringing our extensive experience in master plan developments from across Kent and the South East. Our portfolio includes exemplar projects such as Kings Hill at Westmoreland, Finbury Park in Ashford, and Peters Village on the River Medway, to name a few. More locally, we led the master planning for the Wises Lane development in the southwest of Sittingbourne. We've collaborated with Mr. Murdoch and Murdoch Wickham on several major developments, including Kings Hill, I mentioned, Finbury Park, Binbury Park near Maidstone, and an urban expansion at the land north of Horsham. Together, we bring our joint expertise to the Highsted Park scheme. We've been asked to prepare this master plan presentation for Highsted Park, which outlines the master planning process and provides an introduction to the scheme. Both Mr. Murdoch and I have produced proofs of evidence that summarise our initial concepts, including the landscape strategy, the master plan progression, the organisation of the key master plan elements. These proofs draw from the application documentation, including the design and access statement, and indeed reproduces much of the narrative in this document. Our presentation begins with an overview of the scheme, providing background information, strategic context, and outlining the benefits the project will bring to the area. We then detail our assessment process, the development of the landscape strategy, and the key principles and structuring elements that have shaped the master plan. And finally, we provide an outline of the essential application documents, which describe the master plan proposals. Madam, you touched on those this morning. I would note that some of the matters in this presentation have been touched on in the opening statements, and my apologies if there are any overlaps. At the outset of any project, there is a vision, and these initial slides outline the aspirations and objectives that a development of this scale can achieve. At its core, this vision defines the transformative potential of a new garden community. These images and statements can encapsulate the applicant's vision and ambitions for this scheme. They were originally presented as an introduction to the Design and Access Statement and as an introduction and the feature in the public promotion publications, as well as on the development website. As this particular slide notes, key visions of the elements of the vision include 8,400 new homes across both sites, 815 acres of accessible green space, which comprises 50% of the entire scheme, and a major expansion of the Kent Science Park, delivering a significant amount of new business, which we've heard this morning. Additional headline elements, which we introduced in the Design and Access Statement, include a new secondary school and 4 primary schools, extensive sport and leisure facilities, including new amenities for Sittingbourne Football Club, environmental and biodiversity enhancements through exemplary landscape design, and importantly, the privately funded infrastructure that was mentioned to support new relief roads and a motorway junction. We believe this vision sets the foundation for a sustainable, vibrant and thriving new garden community. This graphic encapsulates the sustainable community principles that underpin the vision and the master plan. Inspired by the Town and Country Planning Association Garden City Principles, these guiding principles distill the essential elements that have made the Garden City model both successful and relevant in the 21st century. They form a cohesive and interconnected framework for creating high-quality, sustainable places. In addition, the vision for Highsted Park is supported by a set of spatial planning principles which are outlined in the scheme's development specification and were also included in the Design and Access Statement. Initially, I will explain a little about the background of this project. And interestingly, the origins of the vision for Highsted Park can importantly be traced back to Swale Borough Council, which initially identified the need for strategic growth through its local plan review. Swale's local plan, adopted in 2017, included a commitment to review its strategy to ensure sufficient infrastructure would support long-term growth beyond 2017. Between 2017 and 2019, the Council undertook this review, conducting extensive investigations and evidence gathering to assess the role that new garden communities could play in delivering the additional housing, the employment, the community facilities and infrastructure required by 2037. This work was led by Swale's consultant, Peter Brett Associates. In April 2018, Swale Borough Council published the New Garden Communities Prospectus, outlining its vision and objectives for large-scale housing development in the borough. This prospectus explored opportunities in Swale to deliver major growth through new settlements.
Reading from somewhere, or is that just your own notes?
Are
you reading your proof?
No, I'm not. I'm just these are my notes to
Your notes.
to
Okay.
the.
I see. Okay, fair enough.
I thought it better rather than read verbatim from the slide to give you a narrative. Thank you. I can let you have those later if that's helpful. Thank you. Guided by the Town Country Planning Association's Garden Community Principles, the ambition was to create modern, accessible, well-connected and future-proof communities that retained local distinctiveness and a strong landscape setting. The prospectus proposed that new garden communities should be well-designed, socially cohesive and healthy communities of between 2.5 and 10,000 dwellings. These developments would be delivered through clear partnership arrangements to capture land value and secure the necessary infrastructure. Among the potential scenarios put forward by Peter Brett, one option proposed the creation of 2 villages southeast of Sittingbourne, one around the existing Kent Science Park and the other around Bapchild. These settlements would be interconnected by a proposed link road. This concept of a link road featured in a number of the Peter Brett scenarios. The diagram at the top right of this slide illustrates these locations, whilst the bottom right provides an indicative sketch of how such a development could be envisaged. I think it's fair to say, well, the slide at the bottom was produced by Arbed, who were also consultants to Swale or to Peter Brett, and they had been involved in major settlement expansion and produced an essay on garden communities, which won the Wolfson Prize in 2014. I think it's fair to say that the foundational concept of the Highsted Park scheme, effectively its DNA, was established at this stage. National planning policy directs growth by prioritising housing and employment and infrastructure development areas with the fewest constraints. This means avoiding major flood zones, biodiversity and landscape designations and national landscape areas. The Peter Brett analysis for the Garden Communities Plan identified these key constraints across the borough, assessing the suitability of different areas for strategic development. Their evaluation also considered flood and designations, land area constraints, landscape and wildlife designations, and importantly, transport infrastructure and air quality constraints. The plans presented here and introduced by Mr. Simmons earlier illustrate a layered analysis of the borough-wide constraints from the Peter Brett review. A composite plan in particular highlights the less constrained areas, shown in white, which are more suitable for strategic development. Highsted Park is largely situated within one of those less constrained areas, and through their wide-ranging assessment process, the Peter Brett review found that a potential new settlement to the southeast of Sittingbourne had significant merit.
I'm reluctant to interrupt, but my clients have pointed out that the slides can't be accessed through the website, and the ones that are being displayed are too hard to read. I've downloaded mine, so I've got a copy, but people aren't able to access them from the website. I've emailed the programme officers, but...
Oh, right.
What people, you mean watching?
We can't actually see because of the reflection on the screen as well. So if we turn some lights on.
Have you got? You haven't got the presentation, because that should be in the
It's a core document.
documents. Isn't it?
Yeah, it.
Oh, is it?
Oh, I see.
Oh, is it the Wi-Fi? It's not working properly. Oh.
There are a few random documents
That won't. Oh,
I know. I did come across that, but I got in a different way. Can't quite remember how. No. Oh.
Well, I'm not sure you can see now, can you? Or
Well, I can see, but I was just wondering what the point of that was. Oh, we'll have it a bit of
It's too big.
it's too big.
I can't download it in my office.
Oh, right. You can? All right. You can't see to write, but you can see the screen anyway. So, is everyone... Well, it's fine with me, but...
Can people online see
They can see it. Online watchers can see this on their screen. So people online should be okay.
Can you see now or not? Or is that glare, that light?
I can't see that.
No. Can we turn that one up? That one? Oh, is that better? I think we'll just keep it like that then. Right, is everybody happy now? You can see it? Yes? Oh, that's a bit of a problem then. Well, hang on, don't strain your eyes.
What if we...
No, it's good. I'm good.
Torch. Perhaps
I'm good.
a document.
Shall I continue? Yeah.
You can...
I'm good, yeah. I'll just make
Are
it
you
up.
sure?
Yeah. Just make it up as I go along.
Well,
Apparently, just to say, if anybody's struggling with the link, if you right-click the link to the slides and then click download, it should work. But anyhow, if you can, if Mr. Southern can actually see it, as long as you can see his stuff, and we can press on.
do you think you can see or not? If you can't.
I'm good. No, I'm
sure?
yeah.
Just say if you can't. Well, obviously. Thank you. Okay, let's carry on then.
Thank you very much. As part of the plan review and prospectus process, Swale issued an invitation for new garden community submissions. In response to this, the applicants and landowners developed a vision for a major new development that could help realise Swale's long-held aspiration for a strategic link road, which would connect the Eurolink industrial estate with the M2. The applicant's submission to the prospectus embraced Garden Village principles, outlining how a new garden village at Highsted Park could support the expansion of the science park while delivering housing, education and community infrastructure. The master plan at that time proposed 11,000 houses, reflecting the scale typically associated with the garden village. And as illustrated in this slide, the initial master plan concept envisioned a necklace of villages along the route of the new Southern Relief Road. Notably, Peter Brett's assessment of this prospectus submission acknowledged the advantages of connected villages and viewed the cohesive expansion to the Sittingbourne southeast as a positive approach. And furthermore, Peter Brett's review led to the inclusion of additional land to the north of the A2 within the scheme, thus ensuring that both northern and southern relief roads were central to the overall project's objectives. And although the Council's local plan review ultimately moved away from the new garden village community approach, the applicants believed that the benefits of their vision justified the continued progression of the Highsted Park scheme. The key question that the applicants asked was why here? They concluded that the expansion of the southeast of Sittingbourne presented strong merits for growth. And according to Peter Brett, as outlined in their assessment reports, the site had minimal ecological and landscape constraints, making it a site suitable for location for development. It was considered that this proposal would help alleviate strain on other areas facing significant infrastructure, transport and landscape challenges, while offering a comprehensive and coordinated approach that maximises long-term benefits. The expansion of the Science Park has been a long-standing ambition supported by planning policies such as the 2006 Kent and Medway Structure Plan and the South East Plan. Swale's 2008 local plan also recognises growth as essential for establishing the town as a key centre for technology and knowledge-based industries. A key aspect of this proposal is the delivery of the northern and southern relief roads, which would significantly enhance Sittingbourne's transport network. These roads would ease congestion, improve air quality and create better connectivity, as has been outlined in the opening cases. This will feature in the evidence of Mr Wilde of C&A on highways and Mr Stoling on air quality. The applicants concluded that this development represents a major opportunity for well-planned strategic growth in the region. At this point, It's worth noting that in June 2006, the owners of Kent Science Park at that time, LaSalle, submitted an earlier application featuring a master plan developed by Arup. This proposal primarily focused on expanding the science park as part of a commercially led development. The proposals envisaged a mixed-use urban extension to the southeast of Sittingbourne, incorporating a southern relief road. It's proposed that the expansion of the science park, the development of new housing, the creation of a country park conservation park, and the inclusion of essential community infrastructure such as healthcare, retail, education and leisure facilities were part of the scheme. A key aspect of this proposal was the introduction of the strategic link between the M2 and the A2, this being the long-held aspiration of the borough. This early scheme laid the groundwork for the potential route of the link road, establishing a preliminary design approach. And although the application was not pursued, it provided an early conceptual framework that would later inform the Highsted Park scheme, particularly through its indicative and illustrative design principles. A key part of the master planning process was the consultation and feedback. And throughout the promotion and planning process, we developed many concept master plans to explain the scheme's key principles and objectives. These plans were continuously reviewed, tested and refined, ultimately shaping the final master plan submission that informed the planning application. This design process involved engagement with Design South East through a number of design panel review sessions and workshops. Their expertise in master planning and urban design provided valuable guidance, influencing the evolution of the proposals at that early stage. Additionally, the concept plans were presented to the Borough Council as part of the consultation for the New Garden Communities initiative. And feedback from this process also played a key central role in refining the master plan structure. This slide highlights a number of the discussion topics from the design review sessions, which are worth noting. The initial plans for the relief road included a full dual carriageway. However, Design South East guidance was that this was refined into a sustainable movement corridor, incorporating both single and dual carriageway sections, which better related and supported multimodal movement. And to prevent an over-engineered solution, highway junction designs were simplified, reducing the large number of roundabouts which appear on this plan and promoting a more creative and integrated approach, particularly within the urban and green space areas. The expansion of the science park was guided by the need to establish a bold contemporary gateway feature that would ensure a seamless integration with the existing site while improving connectivity. Design South East felt that maintaining separation between the two northern villages adjacent to the A2 was a priority, leading to a recommendation for development to be structured as a combination of urban expansion and distinct new villages. A wider green linear park was proposed to act as a natural buffer, preserving the identity of these new villages while linking them effectively with green space. At the gateway to the science park, the introduction of a green bridge was proposed to strengthen connectivity between the eastern and western development areas across the new relief road. A fundamental objective throughout was to strengthen connections with the existing routes and enhance overall connectivity and accessibility to the town. I come on to a local area study, and at an early stage of the consultation process, Swale Borough Council officers requested that we produce a local area study to analyse the urban form and structure of selected locations in and around Sittingbourne. The study assessed the physical characteristics of both the town and surrounding villages, examining street patterns, urban blocks, and the scale and character of the built environment. These findings provided valuable context for the proposed development. The master plan was informed by insights from this study, and future consideration of urban form and architectural character will also be influenced by this study. And I come on to the site and surroundings. And this next plan illustrates the context of the north and south sites, highlighting the proximity to Sittingbourne, the surrounding villages and key development areas. This context is more fully explained in the design and access statement. However, I would note some headline matters here. The sites border the built-up edge of Sittingbourne. The southern site is adjacent to the residential area, accessed via Swan Street Avenue and Highsted Valley, and while the northern site adjoins new development at Stone Farm. To the east of the northern site lies the village of Tenham, while Tonge is situated to the north, and near the southern site, the village of Rodmersham, Rodmersham Green, Highsted and Batchow form the existing settlement pattern. As we've heard, Rodmersham Green, Rodmersham and Tonge each have designated conservation areas featuring clusters of listed buildings. We also heard that the Kent Downs National Landscape boundary runs along the southern edge of the M2 motorway, and the site extends into the Kent Downs National Landscape to facilitate the formation of the new motorway junction. Importantly, this plan also identifies areas of committed development, which include land at Stones Farm, which is currently under construction, land at Church Road to the north, which has recently been consented on appeal, land at Tenham, which will expand the village to the west, land at Swan Street Avenue, which has recently been granted on appeal, and not shown on this plan. Additionally, land at Ufton Court Farm, adjacent to Tunstall, which has been consented. It has to be said that most of these approvals have been granted since the submission of Highsted Park application, and as a result, Sittingbourne and Tenning have extended beyond their previously established settlement boundaries, altering the context in which our proposals are being considered. And now look at accessibility and connections as part of the assessment of the development. The local highway network has played a key role in shaping the evolution of the master plan. The issues of highway infrastructure, accessibility and connectivity will be addressed more fully in the proof of evidence by Mr. Wilde. This slide summarises the site's relationship to the local highway network as shown on the panel. And as we can see, currently connectivity between the M2 and A2 is limited, with the A249 west of Sittingbourne serving as the only strategic link between these two major roads. This significantly restricts movement around the town. Highsted Park proposal would be accessed via a new motorway junction, as we've heard on the M2, and with a new southern relief road connecting the junction to the A2. This infrastructure will greatly enhance access to the Science Park, which is currently served by a single-track road. Improved connectivity will support the park's expansion as one of Kent's leading employment hubs. Additionally, the Northern Relief Road will connect the A2 to the Eurolink estate, offering a vital route for heavy goods vehicles to bypass the town. And as outlined in the project vision, this represents a significant once-in-a-generation infrastructure upgrade, reducing reliance on the A249 and Junction 5, whilst providing an alternative to the existing A2 corridor. These improvements, we believe, will alleviate severe congestion and air quality issues in Sittingbourne town centre and along the A2 corridor. As noted, the matter of air quality will be covered in the proof of evidence by Mr. Sterling. Continuing with accessibility and connections, key features of the development. Accessibility and connectivity will ensure integration with bus, rail, walking and cycling networks. These aspects are fully detailed in the transport assessment and will be fully addressed by Mr. Wilde's proof of evidence. Beg your pardon. The development will benefit from access to Sittingbourne Mainline Station, which offers direct services to London St Pancras and London Victoria. Also conveniently located near Tenham Station, providing connections to London, Canterbury and Faversham. Additionally, the proposal will improve and expand the existing bus network, enhancing connectivity to Sittingbourne and the wider borough.
Can everyone hear all right? Can you hear at the back? And you at the back? Yes? Right, sorry about... Yeah. Just wondered, because it was sounded quite quiet from here. Yeah. If you can, just... Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I better. This next slide is, I can hear an echo now.
Oh.
That's fine. I'll now touch briefly on key elements which informs the master planning process. These are the site constraints. And fundamental to the master plan approach is the careful interpretation and assimilation of site constraints, shaping the overall design response. Specialist consultants within the design team have thoroughly assessed these constraints, along with the site's inherent potential to develop a contextually responsive master plan. Drawing inspiration from the site and its surroundings, the team explored innovative design solutions. Through collaborative workshops and webinars, the consultants contributed their expertise to generate ideas on how best to structure the master plan. The design and access statement provides a detailed summary of the key factors analysed during this process. Critical considerations included site topography, flood zones, heritage assets, existing woodland and hedgerows, ecological and biodiversity features, as well as local road and footpath networks. The plan presented on this slide highlights the key constraints evaluated during the assessment. Mr. Murdoch will elaborate these aspects and explain how they inform the landscape strategy for the master plan. As has been outlined in the preceding slides, design process for the Highsted Park master plan has been shaped by site analysis, local studies, conceptual designs and consultation feedback. These elements have informed the project brief, allowing the development team, the design team, to develop a series of ideas that form the foundation of the master plan. And by integrating local features and characteristics, the master plan framework establishes a sense of place, one that draws inspiration from its surrounding while incorporating key elements for a sustainable new settlement. Again, the design and access statement explains that our design approach follows a structured four-stage process, which includes stage 1, evidence gathering, stage 2, the development of key structuring elements, stage 3 is the master plan evolution, and stage 4 is the production of the final master plan. And within these stages, our process includes research and analysis, envisioning and testing, design development resulting in the preparation of the outline application. This process culminates in the preparation of key design documents which explain this process and the master plan proposals. And these include parameter and strategy plans, the design and access statement and the associated addendums, the local area study, the employment area master plan study, and the landscape and open space study. This latter document is fundamentally important as it explains the principles and objectives of the landscape contribution to the master planning process. And at this point, I'd like to invite Mr. Murdoch to introduce and explain the approach to the landscape strategy.
Thank you very much, Brian. Good afternoon, Madam. I'm John Murdoch, the founding partner of Murdoch Wickham, a landscape architectural practice. And over the past 40 years, I've been actively involved in large-scale mixed residential strategic regeneration projects, many of which have entailed close collaboration with Brian and his team. Our firm specializing in creating green infrastructure, visioning, and exemplary placemaking, and we're also based in Kent. We've developed the landscape and open space strategy for Highsted Park in collaboration with our fellow consultants, working very closely as a team. And this strategy constitutes an integral part of the planning application, including the addendums. Move on. From the outset, the team resolved that the master plan would be landscape-led and informed by extensive on-site survey and analysis conducted by our specialist consultants. This analysis includes the following key aspects. And this is important because it builds the layering up of the green grid. So topography, we carefully examined the gently undulating characteristics of the north-down dip slope, which features steep gradients on the western side and a series of dry valleys and existing quarries. This analysis also allows us to understand how the site drains naturally through the contours. Visual assessment. Our visual assessment indicates that most of the views of the site are limited by existing landscape features, including the hedgerows, small copses, isolated residential properties, hamlets, and hedge banks along the road and lane network. However, we have identified the most sensitive viewpoints as illustrated on the accompanying plan in the middle. These are primarily located around the site's periphery and include views from the south within the Kent Downs National Landscape Designation. Designations. Most of the site is not covered by nature conservation designations, except for the former chalk quarries in the west, which are designated as Highsted quarries, local wildlife site. Within the site, there are also two small areas of ancient semi-natural woodland, Highsted Wood and Beck's Wood. Adjacent to the site and outside of the red line, Cromer Woods holds dual designations as both a local wildlife site and ancient semi-natural woodland and functions as a Kent Wildlife Trust reserve. To the southwest, the Kent Downs National Landscape extends, including the southern tip of the red line, into the southern tip of the red line. Beyond these designated areas, the site primarily consists of intensive arable farmland and commercial orchards, both of which have a low ecological value. The dry valleys. The site contains one watercourse. However, during periods of heavy rainfall, the surface water runoff follows a network of 4 dry valleys, conveying water off-site and downstream eventually to the River Swale. Existing vegetation and ecology. Our arboricultural and ecology consultants have surveyed, comprehensively mapped the site's existing vegetation, including its hedgerows, trees, shelter belts, and woodlands. These surveys have identified opportunities for a range of faunal species, including badgers, bats, dormice, water voles, otters, birds, amphibians, reptiles, and insects. These eco-hotspots are detailed in the accompanying plan, and Alistair Baxter from Aspect Ecology will be discussing these topics in further detail. Heritage. Apart from the listed building within the Kent Science Park, south of the site, and the conservation area at Rodmersham Green, there are no designated heritage assets within the red line of the site boundary. However, numerous listed buildings surrounding the site's periphery have influenced the design of the green grid buffers, and Dr. Chris Mealy will also be discussing this topic in further detail. So the conclusion that our analysis has culminated in the development of a layered SIP map, forming the foundation for an interconnected green and blue grid approach to the emerging master plan. This grid establishes a network of connected corridors, integrating and lassoing all of the site's landscape assets and defining the development parcels. As a result, any resident can be embedded within a development cell and will then have access onto the green interconnected corridors to connect up to any place within the site. Moreover, strategic infrastructure such as schools, village greens, district centres, attenuation ponds will be positioned at the key intersections within the grid, facilitating safe walking and cycling routes throughout the development. So basically, we are creating this network of green corridors which are all interconnected and all lassoing all the site's landscape assets to create this working landscape framework. We've also, at Highsted Park, been designing the master plan in alignment with the garden village principles. And I name a few of them here, which is beautifully and imaginatively designed homes with gardens, blending the best of the town and the country to create healthy communities and opportunities for local food growing production. Enhancing the natural environment through a comprehensive green infrastructure network and net biodiversity gain, alongside the integration of a zero carbon and energy positive technology to ensure climate resilience. Establishing strong cultural, recreational and retail facilities within walkable, vibrant and social neighbourhoods. Promoting community ownership of land and ensuring long-term stewardship of these assets. So now we go on to the emergence of our green grid, which is, again, stepping back to all those layers of landscape assets. We're kind of connecting them up with our primary green grid, which is clearly identified on this diagram, with the major linear park extending from Highsted Park in the southwest, following the Southern Relief Road and its adjoining sustainable travel corridor in a northeasterly direction to Tainham West. Both the Northern Relief Road and the Southern Relief Roads are critical infrastructure elements required for this development. Their vertical and horizontal alignments are predetermined by the site's topography, which we have considered from the outset as a key landscape constraint. And Mr. John Wilde will be describing this in more detail. The country park will play a key role in preventing future coalescence of developments, ensuring that both the new and existing villages retain their distinct identities. Additionally, multiple at-grade crossing points along the Southern Relief Road will facilitate east-west pedestrian and cycle connectivity, while critter tunnels will enhance wildlife movement and dormice canopy bridges across the road. A network of interconnecting smaller corridors will further integrate the green infrastructure across the site. So we've got the primary green grid, and then we've got a series of smaller interconnecting green corridors, all connecting up to create this overall green grid network. Connecting habitats. A fundamental principle of the green grid is the integration of landscape corridors, providing movement routes for wildlife and linking major habitat areas such as Cromer Wood and Highsted Quarries. These corridors range from a circa 50 metres to 200 metres in width and will feature a mosaic of habitats to maximise their ecological opportunities. And also, to preserve dark corridors, essential for wildlife movement, these eco-green corridors will be largely unlit or employ low-level lighting when necessary. Advanced planting and screening views. A project of this size will need mitigation. A peripheral green grid or green halo has been designed to mitigate the visual impacts on the surrounding landscape. This strategy incorporates generous landscape buffers with advanced planting in key areas to screen views from adjacent countryside and the Kent Downs National Landscape. And this advanced planting would happen in advance of any development taking place. The following areas have been identified for strategic planting. Area number 1, screening to mitigate the potential impacts on Tunstall Village. So there's a green buffer to that northern shoulder. 2, extensive buffer planting and earthworks to reduce the visual impact of the new M2 motorway junction from the Kent Downs National Landscape. 3, advanced planting in preparation for Oakwood Village development. 4, advanced planting along the southern boundary to provide visual screening from Bapchild and the Relief Road. Advanced planting wrapping around the eastern side of the site, this is number 5, to provide visual screening from the adjacent countryside and surrounding villages. Linkages. Connecting existing public rights-of-way is critical. The green grid aligns with the public right-of-way network, seamlessly linking schools, district centres, country parks and surrounding settlements. Additional circular walks within the network will encourage accessibility for both existing and new communities. This approach supports sustainable travel, promotes healthy living, and enhances the accessibility of the new development while ensuring passive surveillance throughout the active frontages. So once again, the green grid hosts all the circular walking routes and connections of the public rights of way, and has a long development coastline fronting onto those spaces, which makes it passively very secure. Sustainable drainage. The dry valleys within the green grid present an opportunity to enhance placemaking. While sustainably managing surface water runoff, these flow paths will be integrated into the master plan as blue-green infrastructure, comprising of dry riverine courses and a series of linked ponds designed to promote biodiversity and attenuation. The proposed Southern Relief Road will cross the dry valleys at several locations, and to main the flood pathways, the highway will either be elevated as a flyover or supported by appropriately sized bridges, culverts. In areas where the road follows the dry valley, the water course will be diverted westward and incorporated into the green-blue infrastructure corridor. SUDS features, which are often highly engineered and visually intrusive, will be designed in a holistic approach. Our collaboration with our engineers will ensure that the SUDS installations are inspired by nature, contributing positively to the placemaking and fostering diverse habitats. If we could just skip on another couple of slides, Brian, the next one along. This is the blue grid. So within that emerging green grid, we've allocated space and locations for the riverine swales to run alongside those grids to help naturally drain the site through the 4 watercourses or the 4 dry valleys. And also at the confluence of some of these green grids will give us the opportunity to create placemaking ponds, which will have a permanent water level. It would be very good to think about potentially even harvesting some of that water for the early irrigation of the landscape scheme. So we really want this landscape to work for a living as well as just look beautiful and create habitats. And if we flip back to the next slide, Brian, the one that we skipped through, no, the next one, back. This one here, this is the landscape framework which kind of brings all those elements together that we described into this landscape framework plan. So really underpinning a strong landscape-led narrative to inform the master plan going forward. And I'd just like to finish on the final slide, which is a couple of little 3D visuals that we prepared. The top one is the enhancement of the quarry with circular networks, working with Kent Wildlife Trusts to create an educated landscape. The planting would be very much to create and enhance a different mosaic of habitats. We'll introduce some wet ponds in there as well, coppicing, positive management, the species-rich grasses, developing the invertebrates and the bird life. The little elevation, the little sketch on the bottom left-hand side is a view looking along the Southern Relief Road heading northwards as it traverses through the main country park. And the country park is circa 1 kilometre long and nearly half a kilometre wide. And the spine, or the Southern Relief Road, bisects that virtually down the middle. We've also got major landscape separation between the carriageway and the cycle route to provide a buffer to the road. There's a very, very good example of a strategic cycleway that links Lewes with Eastbourne, which runs parallel with the A27, and it's become an incredibly popular route. I can see this also becoming a great physical connectivity between the two settlements at Highsted Park. And then the last shot is a view of the Green Bridge, creating that gateway for the Kent Science Park. and promoting that east-west connectivity over the Spine Road. And we take that inspiration from many green bridges. There's a very successful one south of Lamberhurst, but it provides not only pedestrian connectivity, vehicular connectivity, but also ecological connectivity across the Southern Relief Road. So thank you very much. I will hand you back to Brian, who will conclude the presentation.
Thank you very much. I still have a few more slides to go, so I hope you'll indulge me. I propose to continue with an introduction to the master plan principles and the key structuring elements which continue the progression of the master plan process. I think it's fair to say that the design and evolution of a master plan is a complex and comprehensive process that requires the coordination of multiple components and input from various sources, as John has just outlined. At this stage, we've established a framework for the master plan, guided primarily by the landscape assessment, which has produced a structured green and blue grid, and creating the overarching development cells. I now outline the key master plan principles that shape our proposals for the north and south sites. This particular slide is for the north site. The slide represents the core principles that informed the master plan, and these include defining the site boundaries while accounting for existing structure and natural landscape, integrating the surrounding settlements, including Tenham, Tonge and Bapchild, and the eastern edge of Sittingbourne, evaluating transport networks and movement corridors to ensure seamless integration, preserving and enhancing natural landscapes and ecological assets, identifying optimal locations for key community elements such as the new primary school and district centre, and ensuring strong connectivity with residential areas. And these slides set out through the coloured zone the components that I've just mentioned. And these principles serve as the foundation for the north site development, ensuring a cohesive and well-integrated master plan. Similarly, for the south site, we see the context and boundaries taking into account the surrounding infrastructure, including the M2 and the A2, as well as the local roads that divide the eastern and western edges of the site. We have the existing built form as an important consideration, recognising surrounding settlements of Rodmersham, Highsted, Rodmersham Green and Bapchild, and the eastern boundary of Sittingbourne. A focus on strategic infrastructure and connectivity ensures the integration of the new Relief Road movement corridor with the existing road and footpath networks, promoting efficient movement and accessibility. The master plan also considers natural features and green space, as mentioned, incorporating existing woodland, ancient woodland copses, wildlife corridor, wildlife sites and former quarries, proposed green spaces, and include a central linear park and greenways which further enhance the environmental quality of the area. And finally, neighbourhood planning and community facilities are key elements, with designated locations identified for a new secondary school, 3 primary schools and district centres for each village. At this point, Madam, I would confirm that the location of the secondary school has been agreed with Kent County Council, and rather than 2 options, there's a single site located, and it will be noted on the latest parameter plan, and it's to the south of Bapchild in the northern village. And these facilities are again strategically placed to ensure strong interconnectivity with their respective areas. I mentioned earlier that in the design and access statement we identified 4 key stages of the design process, which was evidence gathering, development of key structuring elements, master plan evolution and the final master plan. This slide looks at the key structuring elements for the north site, which I think inevitably include the A2 access and the proposed Northern Relief Road, locating where the new district centres will be, looking at connected neighbourhoods, considering where the best site for education is. In this particular one, we have an existing sports hub at Bapchild Cricket Club, which is retained, and we have new and existing green infrastructure as part of this master plan area. And similarly for the south, the key structuring elements for the southern site are set out here, and they include the M2A2 access and the southern relief road. The employment area, which is focused on the existing employment of the science park. We have new district centres for each of the villages. We have connected neighbourhoods. We have 3 education sites in this particular development area. We have new sports hubs, and John mentioned green infrastructure. And this now brings us to the concept master plan. And following the establishment of the landscape strategy and consideration of the master plan principles and the key structural elements which I've just outlined, the master plan has evolved into a series of new villages strategically positioned along the northern and southern relief roads. These villages now form 3 primary development areas interconnected by a green linear park, creating a cohesive and sustainable environment. Each village is designed as a significant new settlement in its own right, planned comprehensively in line with principles of new garden communities. Highsted Village, to the south, is centred around the existing science park, with development extending across the southern relief road. This new village will serve as a major commercial employment hub, forming the southern gateway to the overall development. It comprised approximately 2,850 new homes, along with 2 primary schools, one located to the north of the science park and another to the west. 2 district centres will serve as focal points for the eastern and western villages, while a local centre with a village green will form the heart of the western development area. Designed as a high-density modern eco-village, Highsted Village will follow a structured green layout, key focal areas, fostering a dynamic and sustainable community. A new sports hub for Sittingbourne Football Club will be developed at the south-western edge of the development, offering high-quality leisure and recreational facilities. Moving on to Oakwood Village, which is centrally positioned. The Oakwood Village lies adjacent to Bapchild and Rodmersham, with the A2 forming its northern boundary. A new northern gateway will be created to enhance accessibility and connectivity, and this village will accommodate around 3,840 new homes, along with a new secondary school and a primary school. 2 district centres will provide essential services and amenities, reinforcing the community's self-sufficient way. Tenham West is to the north of the A2, designed as an urban extension of the existing settlement of Tenham, complementing its proposed western expansion. The village will incorporate around 1,250 new homes, a primary school and sports facilities, including an enhanced provision for the cricket club. A small commercial area will also be introduced to support local businesses and community needs. Each village will establish its own distinctive and sustainable character, fostering strong community and identity while maintaining seamless connectivity with the wider Highsted Park area and Sittingbourne. A comprehensive green infrastructure strategy, as explained by Mr. Murdoch, will link the villages through new parkland and open spaces, supporting the ecological objectives and promoting biodiversity. We believe this master plan presents a visionary approach to sustainable development, integrating housing, employment and green spaces to create thriving, well-connected communities, whilst being underpinned by the principles of garden communities. I'd now like to introduce the application material for the north and south sites at this stage to provide an understanding of the application documents and their purpose. As we have shown, the disposition of land uses and open space have been carefully considered through a comprehensive analysis of the wider geographical and contextual influences of the site. This has ensured the scheme has relates effectively to its surrounding environment, integrates with the landscape, existing and planned uses, and the infrastructure network. The scheme is presented through a series of key plans that serve different roles within the application, and these include the parameter plans, which are supported by development structuring plans and framework plans. The parameter plans are formal documents that, alongside the development specification and spatial planning principles, establish the strategic parameters of the design. And whilst these parameters will be approved as part of the development, as part of the application, a degree of flexibility is maintained in the detailed disposition of land uses. Supporting the parameter plans, the framework plans expand on the principles and objectives, offering further details regarding the organisation of land uses and open spaces. These plans are indicative and informative within the outline application, again allowing for flexibility in the master plan and enabling adaptability as a new community develops. We also produced illustrative master plans which visually interpret how the disposition of land uses, movement networks and the landscape framework could integrate to create a sense of place. It's probably worth noting that these are drawn at a scale of 1,000 or 1 to 2,500 and therefore can't realistically show every prevailing element of the existing and proposed features, but I think they do provide an interesting graphic. The detailed design elements of the scheme will be addressed in future reserved matters applications, covering aspects such as appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. Now these plans collectively ensure that the master plan is spatially coherent and capable of delivering sustainable new neighbourhoods. The parameter plan shown here is for the north site. And the next slide on the top left is the built form heights parameter plan, also for approval. The other three plans are strategy plans, framework plans, which again guide the next stage of development through the tier 2 stage of the application. Similarly, we have the parameter plan for the south site, and again, as I mentioned, Oakwood Village North will include the location for the secondary school site. That's the asterisk just to the south of Bapchild. I shan't dwell on these. I think we're happy to take questions on the organisation and as we go through. Again, the supporting plans for the south site in terms of parameter plans and land use framework plans. Excuse me. I will now move on to a brief introduction outlining the initial concepts for the character areas and identities for the respective villages. The Design and Access Statement in Section 8 introduced the indicative proposals for the urban design concepts, outlining how the proposed villages and the sub-areas will establish a framework for future work on built form and local character areas. At the outline stage, the primary objective is to define the principles that will guide the development as it progresses into more detailed design phases, including design coding and detailed applications. The site is structured into 6 distinct character areas. In Highsted Village, we have east and west villages. We have a village at Highsted North, which is the expansion to Sittingbourne. We have 2 villages in Oakwood villages, being the north and the east. Tenham West is identified as a village in its own right, as well as the expansion of the Science Park. The development cells, as indicated on the framework plan, illustrate a potential arrangement of built form and the integration with the surrounding public realm. The architectural design will reflect the varying identity of each character area while adhering to the story heights and density strategies set out in the framework and parameter plans. To provide an introduction to our indicative design approach, we've included 2 examples of village character areas, along with concepts for the expansion of the science park. Again, these are more fully explained in the design and access statement. Highsted Village West forms the westernmost neighbourhood of the development, accessible via the new relief road. This integrates existing landscape feature, including hedgerows, mature tree bands and natural topography to create a distinct character. The development layout follows patterns of existing hedgerows, public rights of way and contours, shaping a network of interconnected routes. At the heart of the district centre, a village green will serve as a key focal point, providing space for recreation and community facilities. The character of Highsted Village West will reflect the traditionally evolved villages nearby, featuring local greens and structured layouts with varied density. And within the development, a series of squares, nodes will accommodate amenities and green spaces. The second example is Oakwood Village East. It's the largest village area, shaping a new distinct neighbourhood with strong emphasis on landscape-led design in line with garden community principles. The village features varied topography centred around a lateral valley running north to south, and this valley will serve as the heart of the district centre, forming a vibrant, linear high street inspired by traditional village layouts. Radiating from this central hub, a network of greenways will provide connectivity throughout the village and provide direct links to the new country park to the west. A new primary school will be located on the western edge of this development area. Strong landscaping plays a defining role in the village character, with tree-lined primary and secondary roads featuring single and double-sided avenues, clusters of trees and diverse planting, and these elements seamlessly connect to parks, community gardens, orchards and allotments, fostering a rich natural environment. I'll end with the science park, and the expansion is a key component of Swale's commercial employment development. Situated to the south and west of the existing science park, this extension provides a logical approach accommodating a diverse range of employment uses. The development will be structured around the new relief road, creating a distinctive and modern gateway to both the new settlement and the science park. Access to the science park will be significantly improved with a new northern gateway via the Greenbridge Junction on the southern relief road, as well as a new southern roundabout near the M2, connecting and enhancing connectivity between existing and future facilities. Architecturally, the buildings will feature contemporary designs with varied forms and scales to suit a wide range of business needs. Set within a landscape campus, the development will integrate green spaces as a central element of its urban design. In conclusion, we hope this provides an overview of the evolution of the master plan concepts, the master planning process we have followed, the key elements which comprise the application, and importantly, how we have embraced a strong landscape-led approach. It offers a brief summary of the evolution that has shaped the applicant's vision for Highsted Park. In essence, it's a slightly over an hour-long presentation. Tries to summarise what we've been doing for the past 8 years. Moreover, a more detailed account of this process is provided in the design access statement, the design and access addendums, the landscape and open space strategies and addendums, as well as the supporting application drawings. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. Mr. Murdoch, do you want to
No, thank you very much. I'm happy to tender them.
proffer them?
Proffer them, maybe with the lights back on if that was doable.
I think that's quite a good idea.
Proffer, exactly right. That's the way it goes. Yeah. Exactly.
It's always the first.
Right, okay, so Mr. Parrott, how long do you think you'll be?
With
I've primarily got questions for Mr. Sutherland.
Right, okay.
With this operation, maybe up to an hour, but may not be.
Okay, well, could you do about half of it and then we'll just have
Sure.
a break?
Convenient time.
Yeah, and then we'll carry on. But I don't think we're probably going to get finished this afternoon. Well, unless the others are very short, of course. But we'll see. Right, all right, then off you go. Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Ferrer.
Good afternoon to both of you, Mr. Sutherland and Mr. Murdoch. And I think the ground rules are you're both there in the witness box, but I'm going to ask questions and choose who I'm asking the questions to. And they're primarily for Mr. Sutherland, I think mainly because your evidence seemed to be the main one, so that's the way I've prepared it. But if it doesn't work out that way, we'll see how we go. I just want to start by clearing the lines with the relationship between your evidence and the other evidence that's to come. Okay, so you tell us quite rightly in your proof, we don't need to turn it up, that the master plan's been informed, obviously, by other consultants and their expertise, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And so, to a large extent, your task has been to design an appropriate quality of development that accommodates the constraints and the planning objectives that come from other disciplines.
Again, correct. Very much the process as master planners we undertake. Yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, we can test whether you've been successful in accommodating heritage constraints by asking the heritage witnesses questions.
Yes, I mean, they're all part of this process. At every stage, every iteration of the master plan, it's shared with the design team. They assimilate, they assess, they comment, we adapt, we modify. So in heritage terms, yes, it's been expressly shared with and incorporates views that are expressed by them.
Sure, but to go back to my question, we can test whether your master plan has been successful in accommodating heritage concerns by asking the heritage witnesses, can't we?
Yes.
And I could ask you the same question on landscape, for example.
My colleague and I worked very closely on this, but yes, that's the case.
And there are other topics the inspectors want to hear about, rights of way, employment, etc.
I think it's fair to say, yes, that all of those parties take responsibility for their own activities and how they sit within the master plan and contribute to it.
Yeah.
So yes.
Okay. All right. Well, that being so, I'm not going to double up questioning. I will keep the focus for the witnesses who are yet to come, but I do have some questions, mostly then of clarification. So let's start with that. So you use the expression in your proof, exemplar or exemplary at various places.
Yeah.
Yeah? I'll give you some references. We don't need to turn them up. 1.4.3, you then you refer to other schemes in section 1 and in section 3 of your proof, and you refer to them as examples or exemplary, right? And I think the point you're making is that Highsted will be of a similar quality.
Yes.
Thank you. And also, I think you make the point, or you would wish the inspector to note your evidence of being that it would be a high quality development.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. And there are a couple of points I just want to ask you about in that context. I know there's a planning policy witness, Mr. Bashforth, coming, so I'm not going to quiz you in detail about planning policy, but I need to take you to a reference for the question. So can we turn up the framework, National Planning Policy Framework, CD 16.1? And the section we want is section 12, which is PDF page 39.
Which 16.1?
Yeah, 16.1. It's, if you're looking electronically, it should be PDF page 39. And it starts at paragraph 131, 131.
I have that.
Okay, and I'll read out loud just because we're kind of warming up, but you can read as well. 131. So these are the Secretary of State's, the government's objectives, policy requirements. Creation of high quality, beautiful, sustainable buildings and places, fundamental to what planning and development process should achieve. Good design is key, etc. I'm skipping for time, not for any other reason. 135. Planning policies and decisions should ensure that, and then developments will function well, add to the overall quality of the area, be visually attractive, good architecture, layout, and so on. Sympathetic to local character, strong sense of place, distinctive places to live, optimized potential, places that are safe, inclusive, accessible. You're familiar with all of this, right?
I am indeed, yes.
Yep. And then 137, design quality should be considered throughout the evolution and assessment of individual proposals. Few lines down, applicants should, where applicable, provide sufficient information to demonstrate how their proposals will meet the design expectations set out in policy, and so on. Okay?
Yep.
So the Secretary of State expects, doesn't she, high quality, beauty and sustainability from development.
Yes.
And so that's seen not as an additional extra of a development, but as something that's fundamentally required.
Yes, yep.
Thank you. And so, however you pitch your evidence, as we understand it, you're not suggesting that you overperform against policy. You're simply saying our master plan meets the planning objectives of these parts of the framework.
Yes.
Thank you. Can I take you to paragraph 140 next in this section? Uh, 140, madam. Same bit, just scroll on a bit. Local planning authorities should ensure that relevant planning conditions refer to clear and accurate plans, drawings, provide visual clarity about design, and so on. The theme here is about controls on how development is implemented.
Yep.
Yep. And in the case of an application like this, which is bare outline, that's particularly important, isn't it?
It is, yep.
Thank you. And so I think fair to say you in your experience will be aware of developments which on paper have promised, but in delivery have fallen short.
I would acknowledge that, but equally I can point to a number of developments we've been involved with which perform hugely against all these policies.
Yeah. So you would support, wouldn't you, the imposition of whatever conditions the inspector feels that the inspector judges necessary to ensure that the aspirations of the master plan are delivered successfully?
Not really my place to answer that one necessarily, but
Well,
no, I mean, I have been involved in dealing with the conditions, and likely I would be. So it's difficult for me to kind of contribute to.
Yeah, I'm not asking about specific conditions. I'm really asking about your attitude to the delivery of the quality which you express through your evidence.
Oh, fundamentally, yes.
Yes. So you say that the applicant is committed to quality, and you say that your practice is committed to quality.
Yep.
Mr. Murdoch's nodding.
Definitely, most definitely.
Nodding as well. And so, in principle, whatever the detail, in principle, you would support the imposition of whatever controls are judged necessary to ensure that that quality of which you speak is delivered.
Well, indeed. It's an outline application, as you mentioned. we've outlined how we see the application process going forward in terms of tiers of submissions and detail that goes at that stage, including design coding, including further local area studies, reserved matters. So all of those are processes that ensure that the quality is assessed at each given stage, is assimilated in terms of what the aspirations are, embedded in documents such as design codes, and indeed, I've not really seen planning conditions per se, but it alludes to all of those other documentations which particularly relate to design control and design frameworks and design quality.
Yeah, because the inspector can't take as guaranteed your firm's involvement all the way to the end of the delivery of the project, can she?
No.
And equally, she can't take the applicant's involvement. The land could be sold on or parcelled, for example.
No, I agree with that.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, next, I just want to ask you a little bit about the master plan evolution. And you said at the beginning your firm's been involved from the very beginning, and then indeed you ended by saying, well, that's a summary of what we've been doing for the last 8 years. I just want to get a little bit of clarity about that. You tell us, I think your firm was instructed in July 2016?
At the process where the applicant made a submission to the prospectus process.
Yeah.
So we were part of that process, assimilating the master plan at that time, assimilating all of the inputs from the various consultants. So we produced the first iteration of the master plan, which was for the 11,000 houses, supporting the bid.
Thank you. And that's what there are 3 PBA reports in the core documents. That's what they're about.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And if we can just turn up your proof, please. It's your proof we want. So this is CD 37.1.2. And make sure I get the right reference. Yeah, what you've just told us, you mentioned for everyone's note at 2.1.10, but I want to take you to electronic PDF page 48. And
yep.
Yeah.
A hard copy here, so
Yes, sorry.
the same.
Is it the same? Thank you.
Printer page 48.
Printer page 48. So we have the master plan evolution, section 4 here, and we can see as it was when first submitted for that process.
Yes.
And just want to stick with the facts for the time being. The inspector will notice that at this point in time, it's just a southern scheme.
That's correct, yeah.
And if we go back 3 pages to page 45,
Yep.
we can see we can see still in section 4, but the very beginning of it, July 2006 KSP application. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. As it happens, my instructions are that there wasn't an application, but it was a submission to the plan process that was withdrawn. But
I found this on the portal.
Yeah.
So there was an application made,
Okay.
and it has a reference number.
Well, there we are. Doesn't matter for the
Okay,
purposes of
no, agree. No,
but we can see here, although the boundary is not identical,
Yeah.
we have essentially here a southern scheme.
yes.
Yes, and we also have the relief road running through it.
Yep.
We also have a junction on the M2.
That's correct, yeah.
Incidentally, just out of interest, we can see here the junction on the M2 has a different configuration. What happened? Do you know what happened to that configuration?
I think that's one for Mr. Wilde. I know that it certainly moved on from that. I think, again, over-engineering being part of the consideration, I assumed. But I think that's one for Mr. Wilde to explain.
Okay, and this was an application, you say, submitted by the owners of Kent Science Park, LaSalle Investment Management, 4.1.1, you say that?
It is. I have a copy of the design and access statement that was submitted as part of the application. So much of the detail I have here, the supporting plans are in that design and access statement.
Okay. Well, thankfully we're spared that, but the plan is sufficient for my.
No, I think it. I think I include it here as a precedent.
Yeah.
An important precedent.
Yeah. Okay. Now, we know as well. The detail doesn't matter for my question. That the owners of the science park have some relationship with the applicants.
I
here,
think it's a new owner for the science park.
Yeah.
Beyond this particular 2006 ownership.
It's a what? Sorry, I didn't hear that. The relation.
LaSalle were the previous owners. There's a new, the current owners are a company called Trinity, Trinity.
Yeah. Ma'am, for your note, there's a reference at paragraph 3.18 of this applicant's statement of case. That's CD 33.1. That says that the development will be delivered jointly with Quinn and the current owners of the science park, who are referred to as by the catchy name TPG Anglo Gordon and Harrison Street, and I do mean street, but that's what they're called. But what we therefore learn is that by 2006. A large part of the southern site had been assembled or was controlled in some way, it appears.
Not for me to comment. I assume yes, but I can't say yes or no.
All right. And also that the route of the Southern Relief Road, broadly speaking, had already been worked out.
The engineers on this, yes, is the answer.
Yes.
And to elaborate, the engineers were Arup, probably one of the most well-known engineering design practices in the country and indeed the world. This was their concept in terms of looking at the alignment.
Yep. And we can see that it connects up to the A2 at the north.
Correct, yeah.
And in the earlier submissions to PBA, there was just a southern scheme, but just as a matter of fact, in the final submission, which is dealt with in the last of the 3 PBA reports, the northern scheme have been added on. That's correct.
That's correct, yes. Yeah.
So, at least 2006, there's a southern scheme.
Yep.
Then the submission to the Garden Villages process was started as a southern scheme and then became south plus north.
That's correct, yeah.
Right. And Miss Brockhurst, in her evidence, tells us it's a short reference, so we can turn it up if we want to, but I'll read it and then you'll know. So this is CD 37.3.2, and it's PDF page 5. It's paragraph E1. So CD 37.3.2, PDF 5, paragraph E1.
I have.
Yeah, and she tells
Sorry,
us.
can you just take me to the page?
Yeah, sorry, it's PDF page 5, but it's it's printed page 5 too. Okay.
Yep.
Executive summary.
Yep.
Few lines down. The provision of a Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road is a strategic policy aspiration in the adopted local plan and is locationally specific. This is the starting point for the applicant's exploration of the creation of new homes and places within the borough. See that?
I do, yes.
So as far as the northern development is concerned, the location is really determined by the Northern Relief Road and its junction with the A2.
Yes, I think at that stage the joined up thinking between the north and the south sites and how the delivery of both link roads could be achieved. Inevitably, the intersection on the A2 is a fundamental part of that.
Yeah. And then moving then beyond the Northern Relief Road, we know as well that the route of the Southern Relief Road down to the M2 is already worked out as early as 2006, broadly speaking.
Broadly speaking. Yes, broadly speaking.
And so also then the location of the junction on the M2 is determined by that road infrastructure, isn't it?
I think yes, to a degree.
Yeah. So there are various expressions used in the evidence about landscape-led and the nature of the constraints of the borough and so on. But just as a matter of fact, strategically, the location of the schemes has been determined by the road infrastructure, hasn't it?
I think the expansion of the science park, the aspirations of the relief road, southern to begin with, adding to the north. I think the kind of accessibility to the science park influenced the location of the junction on the M2. If I could just expand, Peter Brett's assessment considered a number of different locations. This was one of the locations close to Science Park that they identified. So, you know, there were assessments being made informing, you know, where we were springboarding from effectively.
Sure, but we're not here comparing directly different sites.
No.
We're looking at this specific
Yep.
pair of applications, right?
I think...
And let me finish. The locational as a matter of fact, the reason why they're located where they are is determined by the desire to deliver the road infrastructure, isn't it?
yes.
Yes. And by the time you got involved, 2016, those locational decisions had already been taken, hadn't they?
Well, I think they had informed the work that we did.
You weren't given a free hand to decide whether 8,000 homes should go somewhere completely different, were you?
No, I think the alignment from the Peter Brett Peter Brett diagrams and from the Arup indicative scheme certainly informed the initial master plan, has to be said.
So just want to, again, I think largely factual questions. So the location of the northern scheme has not been led by the landscape constraints. It's been led by the Northern Relief Road.
It's been informed by the landscape constraints.
I'm not talking now about how you've designed the detail in your conception of the master plan. I'm talking about the location. The location of the northern scheme is determined by the Northern Relief Road. Fair?
Fair, yes.
Yep. The location of the southern scheme is determined by the route of the Southern Relief Road. Fair?
Yes.
The location of the junction in the AOMB is determined by infrastructure requirements. Fair?
I agree, yes.
The location of the employment and industrial development is determined by the desire to extend the Kent Science Park.
Correct.
Logical is the way you referred to it. Thank you. Now, I think it's also fair to say, and this might be more for Mr. Murdoch, a question. As we read the evidence, the aspiration is to create new settled communities with their own distinct character, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Just give me a moment. Yeah, there is one other point of clarification. On the parameter plans,
Yep.
I'm going to say something without reference to the documents,
Okay.
because it might shortcut it. Some of them give a deviation of 20 metres, and others give a deviation of 15 metres. Are you aware of that?
Deviation.
Oh, right. I just wanted to know if everyone's going to go, yes, of course, because... no, I don't mind. So,
Can we have a look?
yes, we can take it from these references. CD 2.15, which is the northern...
They're in our pack, aren't they?
Yes, and these are plans for approval.
Is this for the south?
This is the north, but it illustrates the point.
Okay.
So CD 2.15...
Just a minute. So it's a parameter plan, yes?
Yes. Let me check. I'm giving you... I think I'm giving you the right reference.
Just a minute. Just a sec. Right.
Yeah. If we're on CD 215, we can see in the notes all parameters subject to a deviation of plus and minus 20 metres. Yep. And if we then look at CD 2.11, which is another plan for approval, I think, we see an equivalent...
Which one's that? Is that the building height?
CD 2.11, it's the building heights one, yep. And this one in the bottom right-hand side refers to a tolerance of plus and minus 15 metres. And is that because there's a difference in the plans that means that the 5 metres don't matter, or is that...
They're referring to different elements. The building height is considering the tolerance on the division between the various zones,
Okay.
whereas the development parameter plan...
So can you put your mic on?
Okay, thank you. Apologies. Yes, I think that's just introducing a level of tolerance to allow greenways to move, the alignment of the road to move subject to detailed design. So, inevitably, it's pragmatic to introduce a level of tolerance. The parameter plan for the development, I believe, requires a greater tolerance than the building height. So I'm happy that there's two different figures on there.
What's
So that-
the building heights one?
The building heights is
Plus or minus?
it's 2 point.
No,
It's
it's
the
horizontal.
horizontal alignment.
Oh,
So your understanding is that is deliberate?
Yes,
Yeah, I mean,
not a mistake.
it can be picked up outside any of inquiry. And is the same tolerance proposed on the southern scheme? Because the southern plans don't seem to have a note on. And
If they don't, they should.
They should,
And I'd be
okay.
happy to add that to the southern scheme. Yeah.
all right, thank you. And just to confirm, that there's the road infrastructure. The road is all in the relief road, not the southern relief road, the northern relief road, is in outline in total, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah.
And there aren't any parameters directly on that.
No, other than the indicative alignment.
Yes.
That,
There's a relationship between.
yes, indeed. Yeah.
And there aren't specifically any height parameters on that, are there?
No, at this stage, don't think we have a detailed design for the road.
Okay, thank you. That's about it. Yeah, good. I think everything else I can pick up with the specific witnesses. Thank you very much. That has been about half an hour, and I think I'm done now.
thank you very much. All right, well, we'll have a break now. 20-minute break. So, in fact, just a little bit less. We'll come back at 4 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Good not to ask Murdoch.
everyone could take their seats, please. Right, if everyone could take their seats, please, for the second time. Thank you. Right, it is now 4 o'clock, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So over to you, Mr. Young.
Thank you very much, Madam. I invited the witnesses to turn and face me rather than be cross-examined on the back of their heads. Can I start then? These questions are all really about the design of the proposal. And you'll appreciate that my remit is limited to not asking you about everything that I might possibly think of, but the topics, I remind myself, the topics my clients are interested in, which is public rights of way, archaeology, and then sort of provision of facilities. And the first question is to ask you about the nature of the road, because we were under the impression that the road acting, this is the Southern Road, acting as a relief road, would be, for large sections of it, 50 miles an hour, and would be grade separated for the public rights of way and so on. The reply that we got from your expert on rights of way is, no, we had misunderstood that, and in fact, the Southern Relief Road is either 30 or 40 miles an hour, and not grade separated at all. So I just wanted to check, first of all, that I've got that understanding correct. The intention is that the Southern Relief Road is a road which is predominantly 30 miles an hour with some sections of 40. Is that right?
I'm going to defer on that question, if
all
that's all right. Mr. Wilde's evidence will produce that.
But you must be obviously aware of the concept, which is to have connectivity between the communities, and that would be consistent with your understanding.
Yes.
Yeah. In that context, then, we don't yet know, because I think it's still being discussed, but let's imagine there's, 15 or 20 sets of traffic lights along this road to allow for that connectivity on a 30-mile-an-hour road. Is that the sort of thing that you imagine, so that people and pedestrians in particular and cyclists have a superiority over car traffic, or a priority over car traffic?
Again, I'm afraid I don't have enough detailed knowledge of the road and the connections across it to accurately answer your question.
Okay.
But certainly the principles and how it's presented in master plan and locations is what we've been involved with.
Okay, but you can see my point, can't you? We've
yes.
got a Southern Relief Road where, there's lots of people crossing, and there's lots and lots of traffic lights, and it's going to struggle to function as a relief road, isn't it?
Again, I'm not going to say yea or nay.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to prejudice Mr. Wilde's views on, or his kind of concepts and principles, which he'll explain.
Okay. Are you a rugby player?
Nope.
No. Okay. But you could be an inside centre, passing that out to the wing. It's for him to answer. Is that right? The
proud Scotsman, if that's any consequence. But
yeah, I thought I might just touch on rugby. The position then, as far as this is concerned, is that I think your clients resist grade-separated junctions, don't they, for rights of way and pedestrian movement and cyclists?
I believe that's a principle. I think
it's going to be all at grade, so people wanting to cross the Southern Relief Road will do so through traffic lights at grade, basically.
I think the exception to that is what we described as the green link, the primary junction on the Southern Relief Road, which would be grade separated.
Yeah, I've seen a green bridge over the M2 shown. Is that right, or have I misunderstood that?
I believe there's a new route for the public right-of-way, so that inevitably is a bridge, replacing the existing bridge, which we drive under regularly.
Yeah, and the existing pedestrian bridge, as I understand it, gets in the way of the junction arrangements.
It's going to be relocated.
Yeah,
yes.
and so what you're doing is creating a substitute, so effectively a new bridge.
Yes.
But rather than, it's an at-grade bridge in effect. Is that right?
Over the motorway, it's grade separated.
So what do I mean? I mean that when you travel from one side to the other, do you travel up giant ramps and steps, or is it just flat?
No, don't believe so. I think the routes are such that you're almost replicating what's there already. It's at the grade of the land either side, significantly higher than the motorway, so it won't rely on ramps to
That's exactly how I'd understood it. Effectively, it's a bridge over the motorway, spanning the motorway.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. That's obviously on the M2. As far as the relief road is concerned, how many of those at-grade routes are there over that?
Again,
You don't know.
I'm not. I
Okay.
mean, we could certainly count them on the plan, but as in terms of whether they're grade separated or at grade, again, I think I'm going to defer that to Mr. Wild.
Okay,
and his
but
colleagues.
you again, you can see why I'm asking, can't you? Because
can,
that relates to the connectivity and we've heard a lot about movement and being pedestrian focused and so on, but to achieve that, you need to actually look at the nuts and bolts, don't you?
Indeed. I just don't want to give an incorrect answer.
And I understand that. So the ball goes out to the wing.
Okay.
All right. Archaeology. There is there's still work going on.
Indeed, yeah.
And there's still trial trenching to be done in certain areas. Is that right?
Indeed, yep.
Yeah. Where significant archaeological interest has been established in the northern site, you have adjusted the master plan, or through the master planning, adjusted the proposals so that we then have open space where some of those archaeological remains are in situ, yes?
That's correct.
Yeah. Can I just ask you, what discussion have you had as a team about the mechanism to secure that? Because obviously where those are green areas with archaeological of interest below, how are you proposing to make sure that, when the proposals come in, that will remain green infrastructure, green open space?
I'm afraid my remit is to represent the zone on a plan, the mechanism.
I think that's a perfectly fair answer, but do you agree to be consistent with your... So that's been an objective, that's something that's been done in the northern, on the northern site, and we'll come on to the details of that when we get to archaeological evidence. However, it would be consistent with your evidence, wouldn't it, to ensure there was a mechanism to preserve that as open space and didn't, for example, get built over?
Indeed, that's certainly what's represented on the plans, and through successive discussions and dialogue, the plan has been adjusted and the area of open space increased quite significantly to reflect the mapping of the assets.
Yeah. So you're responding positively to where the assets are. There's ongoing work, so it may be that further open space will be required within the southern site. Is that right?
Indeed, yep.
Yep. And again, in terms of the open space that you're proposed, we've got plans showing the green infrastructure. It's quite extensive on this development. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, indeed.
And to make good that at this stage, even though a great deal of detail is to be decided later, we should have a mechanism that ensures that the open space you're talking about is the same open space that gets delivered in the scheme if it gets built, yes?
Again, I agree with the principle. The detail of it's not my call to make.
And forgive me, I'm not seeking to say, what is the legal mechanism for that. It might be covenanted, it might be handed over to the parish councils. There's lots of ways to ensure that open space remains open space in perpetuity. My point is, where we see open space on your plans, that these are areas that should, through legal mechanism or through transfer of ownership, they should stay and remain open space in perpetuity, shouldn't they?
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
parameter plan at least deliver that, or are you saying there should be something over and above that?
I think you get more, parameters plans are subject often to general accordance. They can be required to be in strict accordance, but sometimes that can be difficult. One of the ways to overcome that, which I've had on other schemes, is that we actually tie it in through the Section 106 plans that make clear these are the open space areas and should remain open space. Whether there's a transfer of ownership to the parish councils is a matter for, obviously, for the applicant, the applicant to decide.
They've got to be, I mean, that's a whole other thing, isn't it? Got to be managed properly as well.
Exactly. And then, we all know about management companies that the occupiers pay into, or parish councils will want them, but possibly with substantial financial support or bonds. There's lots of things to be considered here. We're not closing our minds to that issue. We've got certain areas of open space we particularly want to see remain open space, including the archaeological areas.
There's also the landscape framework plan, which identifies the boundaries to all the green areas.
Yeah. And as I understand it, you wish to be tied to that plan.
Yes.
You would need to be. I thought that wasn't going to be tied.
The witness has just said to me that he did want that to be tied.
That's not what I understand. That's not one of the.
It's not one of the parameters.
That's one of the questions
no.
I was going to ask, actually.
Oh,
We'll leave you to do it then.
But okay. Well, we will come back to that.
Yeah, it is quite.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. I peek round the the pillar to see you there. Good afternoon to you. I don't have very many questions for you. Can I ask you to look at the proof, please, at page 42? So that's core document 37.1.2, the master plan proof on design. PDF the same as the printed version, page number 42.
I have it.
Thank you.
And yes.
It's got the coloured wheel, well-designed place on the right-hand side, ma'am, if you're looking for it. So this is under the heading Design and Placemaking. And on the right-hand side, the right-hand column in the middle of the page, it says Learning from Exemplar Projects. Do you see? 3.4.4 and following. Are you with me? That's the one you just went to is the right page. Just go back to the. Have you got text with paragraph 3.4.4?
I do.
Okay. So do you see just above 3.4.4 learning from exemplar projects?
Indeed.
And you mentioned some, and then there's discussion about drawing lessons, and you say 3.4.6 a range of strengths and weaknesses were identified from each development, and key lessons drawn from this exercise have been integrated into the design approach for the Highsted Park Master Plan. Now, one of the exemplar projects that you identify, I note at 3.4.4, how could I miss it, is the Duchy's scheme at Poundbury, urban extension to Dorchester. But the way I read those paragraphs is that you didn't, in fact, do a study and draw anything from Poundbury that you have applied in the master planning of Highsted Park. Is that right?
That's correct. I kind of I referenced those as projects that we have studied in previous developments. I visited it many occasions.
Yes.
So yes, it is an acknowledged reference and exemplar. Incidentally, I've worked with your colleagues in the Duchy architectural team on various projects as well. So
sure, I'm with you, and it doesn't surprise me. Obviously, you mentioned Poundbury, but my question was: have you actually applied anything from Poundbury in this master planning exercise here?
At this stage, we're still outline. I think all of the detail will come. The detail will come in the design coding process and the reserved matters and the form, the built form that evolves in later stages. So I think
that's not what it says, though, Mr. Sutherland. Sorry to interrupt. 346 talks about incorporating lessons, integrating lessons into the master planning process. That's why I'm asking you the question. But the answer to my question was no, was it? Nothing from Poundbury incorporated into
the
this
answer
master
would be sort of.
Sort of. What has come from Poundbury that the inspector can see
apologies,
in
I'm
the
being
master-
flippant. I think, you know, when you visit and you study those areas, you can see the streets, you see the grain of development, and it's aspirations like that you would bring forward.
Aspirations.
Now, we have no detailed plans for the development cells at this stage.
Right.
We've got a framework plan outlining the development cells in relation to the framework plan. We haven't gone into the detailed design, so I think maybe premature then to say that we've kind of drawing references from the master plan.
That's helpful, thank you. On the right-hand side, there's that well-known wheel diagram.
Yep.
From well-designed places and the general garden cities and villages concepts. Would you be happy if the inspector, at least in part, judged your master plan by reference to those ideas in that well-designed place?
Yes, I think we take all design references and guides, whether it's design codes, whether it's garden village principles, as being the matters which will influence this development.
Sure.
This is one of them.
Okay, and one of those, it's the light blue one, about 3 o'clock on the wheel, is a coherent pattern of development next to built form.
Yep.
And that's relevant to master planning and not just the detailed design, is that right?
I believe we've considered that, and I believe we've demonstrated the pattern of development through the framework plans.
So relevant to master planning was my question.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, thank you. Second point I want to ask you about is, if you go, let's just have the master plan, illustrative master plan up for this question, which I think page 68 of this document we're in at the moment is the parameter plan. Let's look at the parameter plans. Page 68. That's the development areas parameter plan. You with me?
I have that, thank you.
Now, looking at that, and here focusing on the southern scheme, the only, I think it's right to say, isn't it, the only part of the proposal in terms of built form which actually extends or adjoins Sittingbourne itself is Highsted North?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And to get from Highsted North to and from the rest of the scheme, one has to go, following Mr. Young's questions, over, under, across the Southern Relief Road.
It'll be the route, which is the upgraded version or the upgraded design for Highsted Road, which takes you back to the primary gateway zone, the intersection there, which is on the link road.
Is that at grade? It's rather difficult to tell.
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So you have to cross the main road.
Yep.
All right. And then we've got obviously Highsted expansion. We've got Village West, 2 bits of that, and 2 bits of the Village East, and they're not just west and east of each other, but they're separated again by the road, aren't they?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Rodmersham, we can see kind of donutted out by the Oakwood Village East section. That's the existing village, isn't it? Which is going to be inset, if you like, in the master plan.
It is. Yeah.
Now, both Highsted Village itself and Rodmersham Village, you can see even from the OS base that this is drawn on, traditional villages, aren't they? Linear development along the routes, the lanes and the roads that are there.
Yes.
Yeah. The Highsted's got a kind of V shape and Rodmersham's even simpler than that. And I just wanted to ask you to bear that pattern of development shown in the parameter plan in mind, and just go, please, in your proof to paragraph 2.2.6, which is on page 13. 2.2.6. So that's in the section entitled Context at the top of the page.
I have it, yeah.
So development layout in the middle column.
Yeah.
Disposition of land uses and open spaces evolved through a comprehensive analysis, etc. And it says this is important to ensure the scheme can best relate to existing to its surrounding environment and integrate well with the landscape, existing and planned land uses, the infrastructure network, and exhibit a pattern of growth that is sympathetic to the historic evolution of the wider area. Now, I mean, it's right, isn't it, that the scale of those villages, extensions, Highsted East and West and Oakwood, necessarily don't echo or reflect anything to do with the character of those two small villages?
I think you're right in saying that the scale is the thing which kind of disassociates the smaller villages, the hamlets, and their progression and their evolution over time,
yes,
with something that we're bringing forward in a short space of time, in a new kind of context and concept and layout.
yes.
That said,
Go on.
we do draw references from existing villages. You have village greens, you have linear high streets, you have squares, and those kind of concepts from, historic towns, albeit in a slightly different scale.
Yes.
We intend bringing forward, or in many of our developments, we bring forward.
No, I'm with you.
as
I
principles.
think the key word in that answer you just gave is towns rather than the two villages I asked you about. But I just want to press you just one stage further on that. What is it about the scheme that is sympathetic to the historic evolution of those villages?
Well, I think the work that we did, analysing the villages, understanding the villages, I think we're kind of, as I say, we're bringing forward a different form of development. You can reference the existing villages, look at the grain of the villages, look at the materials, look at the roof form, the narrow streets, the wider streets, all of those matters that you have in traditional villages can indeed be brought forward. And indeed, as the example that you allude to in Poundbury, that's exactly that. You have scales of streets, you have a hierarchy of streets, you have a hierarchy of spaces. So I think the best way to reference the existing villages is, by bringing forward some of the key characteristics that can be introduced into new zones. And bear in mind that, I think we try to outline that each village has a different character area. Each of the development cells will in turn have different form and different approach. Different street hierarchies will inform the master plan as it moves on. So I think we can bring forward those historic references and the influences from the villages and hamlets, accepting that the scale is fundamentally different.
Scale fundamentally different. Okay. I mean, I won't pick up the point about stages of the development of the details and so on, because that's been covered already. Third question I've got for you is just again about the nature of the scheme, particularly the southern proposal, and very near where you are in your proof. So page 12, please. Page 12. You've got paragraph, you should find 2.1.15 in the middle of the page.
Yep.
Beginning 2.1.15, beginning the master plan concepts.
Yep.
Promote, it says, 3 main new villages, Highsted, Oakwood and Tainham, with a further area of expansion adjacent to Sittingbourne and Highsted Road. That's where we started looking at the parameter plan. Yeah, and then you say they would be interlinked communities. Now, I just want to understand, in your evidence in chief, you referred to each of those being a place in its own right. But given where facilities like the schools and so on, how they are likely to be disposed across the whole of the southern area, is the inspector really to see the southern scheme as one scheme or 3 connected schemes?
I think 3 connected schemes.
Right.
I think that was the concept that we put forward, the necklace of villages.
Yes, so 3 connected schemes,
Yep.
but a little bit like a necklace. If you break it, obviously it becomes something else rather than a necklace. They are codependent in the sense that you're not suggesting that, for instance, just the Oakwood village would be acceptable on its own.
On
on its own as the only development in the southern part of the
I think it's a combination of, being having the facilities in each of those villages, the sharing of schools across each of the villages. The only single standalone school, for example, is the secondary school, which requires access through the development to get to that. But I think you're promoting accessibility and facilities in each of the villages, but also the opportunity to interconnect the villages, through the network of paths, roads, streets that we're envisaging.
Let me put the question a slightly different way. If one assumes the link road, is it your view, or have you taken this into account when you've been master planning, that any one of these three villages would be acceptable on their own along with the road? Or do you need all three of them to make the scheme good design?
Well, good design. Don't know that they're interrelated from that point of view, but certainly the relief road is the element that links them, and
yes,
is at the core of this particular scheme. So they are interlinked by virtue of the road and the network, not just the sustainable movement corridor, but also the other network of footpaths and greenways that John described, which would promote cycling and walking.
Do I infer rightly from that answer, though, that you haven't been asked to, and you haven't considered basically a smaller scheme with only one or maybe two of these villages in it rather than all three? Is that right?
No, we haven't been asked to do that. All
right. I mean, that takes me to my kind of fourth and final set of questions, and that's about what you haven't been asked to do. The 8 years that you've been on the job, as it were, also takes us back to 2016. So that's around the time of the Garden Village Initiative,
Indeed,
prospectus and so on. So there was that earlier phase that you touched on in your presentation from the previous owners of the business park in the early 2000s. And then the bigger scheme, as it were, started in about 2016. Were you asked at that point, when you were doing them, you're making your contributions to the master planning, essentially to keep the development the same size in terms of unit numbers as it had been in the prospectus?
No, I think the prospectus was a headline 11,000 units, yes, on the southern site. Through the process of the prospectus analysis and the work we did with the design South East and their experts, and the principles of informing landscape, key views, accessibility, the scheme progressively started to reduce. And the second submission, I think, took it down to about 8,000 units. Again, with further reviews and dialogue with various consultees, the scheme reduced to its now 7,150.
Right.
So progressively reduced, influenced by the matters that were coming forward through consultation, coming through via various additional consultants' input. So I think the adaptability and the flexibility, and I think, as you saw from the initial submission, there were probably about four or five villages along the southern route. Ultimately, we've now got 2 focused villages.
Yeah.
So the kind of progression of that was the discourse and the dialogue that we had in the progression of the master plan over the course of those many years.
Right, I understood. But have you been asked in your master planning exercise, put it a different way, by the clients to maintain a minimum number of units?
A minimum
number of units?
Not expressly. I think it comes with the form, the development cells, the density.
And presumably, if I can cut in, with the overall viability and deliverability of the scheme, with the expensive road and junction to pay for.
Well, yes, I mean that informs, but I'm not party to that. So
right.
I think we part of our work is looking at the capacity that the development cells can generate. In many ways, we produce the numbers that the built form can sustain.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
And that's part of
not
our,
expressly had put to you a minimum number, and you looked essentially at maximising the capacity of the development cells. Is that a fair summary?
Well, that's unfair.
No. I mean, that's why I asked: is it a fair summary? It sounded to me roughly what you said.
I think we look at capacity, we look at the development framework. I think progressively elements like greenways became wider. We looked at the public right-of-way network, looked at the interpretation of those, the overland watercourses. These all started to impact on the development cells. So inevitably, it was only going to go one way, and that was being reduced.
Yes.
So as part of that process, we analyse the capacity, project numbers, discuss them with the client, and the scheme moves forward on that basis. So no targets per se, but an interpretation of the land that the development framework is producing.
Sure, and the development framework land, obviously there have been some small changes, but the red line, since your involvement anyway, broadly speaking, the same. Is there blue land that's also owned by the applicant or part of the applicant group? Adjacent to the red line, I mean.
Well, it's certainly land. It's not blue land. It's not.
Well, you know what I mean.
It's not required by the development.
No, but is there adjacent land owned by one or more of the applicant group that is excluded from the red line?
I would believe so.
You believe so? Okay, but you weren't asked to go into that or look at whether that was a preferable location or anything of that kind?
I think it's fair to say that we were involved in establishing the site boundary was one of the topics that I raised. And when the scale of development started reducing, then there was no need to maintain the original wider red line boundary. So the boundary was reassessed relative to the development process, the master plan progression, still within the ownerships that were controlled. But we helped, through the framework, through the analysis of the scheme, the landscape, establish the red line, which it did adjust through the process over the period we were involved.
Yes, but it didn't get bigger.
It didn't get bigger.
No.
No, it didn't get bigger.
No. All right. Thank you. And you weren't asked to look at any alternative, kind of major alternatives for 7,500 units or 8,000 units on land owned by the client group?
No, we were always working within the red line, working within the framework, taking account of all the influences, and progressive reduction in numbers was part of the master planning process.
Okay, thank you. Why isn't there a design code for this? Because obviously a number of your answers have certainly gestured towards important things that are going to have to be decided in relation to character areas and so on. It's a big, big scheme. Was the decision taken not to do a design code?
I think when this scheme was first submitted for planning, the government design coding process was in its infancy and came later. We have produced design codes, but rarely at the time of an application. Normally they come later. That said, I have been involved in schemes where design code forms part of an application. I have been involved in schemes working with Arbed who produced the design code.
Yes.
So I have a knowledge of what's required. I think the application process that was set out here, the three-tier process, allowed for that element to be introduced post-consent or post-principles.
So it was a kind of structural decision in relation to the application rather than a decision that you made.
I think the structural process that was agreed for the planning approach.
Okay, thank you. And final question is just one query about the meaning of something that you say on your page 49 in the same proof. Could you just go back to that? It's paragraph 4.3.21.
I have that, yep.
you talk there about land value capture. Do you see? You say, with all infrastructure, including social and community infrastructure, delivered via a form of land value capture. Now, I know we haven't had the planning evidence and so on, but just looking through submitted documents with the application, what do you mean there? What are you referring to there?
I'm going to admit to paraphrasing and copying information that was submitted by the prospectus, given this was the prospectus was being outlined in this document.
I mean, to be fair, it's in a section called Garden Communities Prospectus Initial Submission.
Yeah, I think, and that was always part of the principles and the concepts that this scheme embraced and set out in this document at the early stages when it explains the principles, in promotion documents, the Garden Village principles and the land value capture were fundamental, were part and parcel of the overall vision.
But as for your role hasn't involved anything to do with decisions about funding and land value capture and things of that kind?
No, thankfully.
Right. Okay, that's very kind. Thank you very much, members.
Thank you.
That's all I have to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. And finally, Mr. Bell, how long do you think you're going to be?
Madam, I think I'll be very short because my prediction that I would have most of the plums gone has come true. So I think I can probably be about 10 minutes, if not less.
Is it acceptable for us to remain here?
Madam, I don't mind. It's slightly
You
less
can go-
creepy if they're
would it be
facing me
easier
rather
if you
than
just-
breathing down their neck and asking questions.
Just move, wheel your chairs round because you get stiff necks then.
New ones, you know, nice and rolly.
That's it.
No, they haven't. That's what we
I think that's better. Thank you.
So I just have a few questions for you, Mr. Sutherland, and I think in terms of documents required, I can limit it actually to your presentation rather than go any further. The questions we're going to ask are building slightly on a line of questioning that Mr. Pereira took and that Mr. Warren has taken as well. And what I want to ask you about is just about your holistic approach to the design. Now, as I understand it, in order to deliver the most benefits possible from your design, then it requires all of the interconnected elements within the master plan to be delivered.
That's correct, yeah.
And if at this point, if we have a look at slides 4 and 5 of your presentation,
Which are?
So we have here the summary of your vision, which appears on kind of section 1. Oh, sorry. So we're on page 3 of the presentation. So CD 37.1.3.
Page 3, okay.
That's it.
The vision.
I think it's this one.
It is that one. I can't see the house. No, I'm going by the PDF page number 3.
The third page.
Yes.
Okay.
So just to understand, the vision is the southern and the northern site, isn't it, as a whole?
Collectively, yes. Yeah.
So one of the two sites coming forward would result in significantly less benefit than the the whole development coming forwards.
Yeah, that's fair to say.
And so if we turn the page onto slide, well, it's page 4 of the PDF, but it's the very next page. And this is where this slide sets out, and the following slide sets out, I think, 12 elements of the vision. So you have new homes, acres of publicly accessible parks, etc., on that first slide. And then you have health facilities, schools, and new businesses creating thousands of jobs on the second slide. Now, we've heard that there's no guarantee that either yourselves or the applicant will necessarily be involved in taking the development forwards after this stage.
Again, that's not. I'm sorry, that's not for me to outline how the development would go forward. But you know,
But you would hope to be involved, wouldn't you?
Probably yes, but
At
it's
this
not.
stage-
It's not a prerequisite.
But at this stage, you can't guarantee that you will be involved.
No.
So in respect of coming on to tier 2, tier 3, I think you describe it.
Yep.
Thank you.
In fairness, that's not an unusual process that other practices take on the stage of a project, post-planning, to develop design codes, those matters. So I'd be presumptuous to say that we would carry forward.
No, I do understand that. So, I mean, in terms of, if we have a look at the kind of the interconnected element of, say, 4 primary schools, say, for example, only 2 primary schools were to come forward, that would pose a problem in terms of the overall vision and the level of benefits to be derived from it.
Again, not for me to say. I think the dialogue is with the county council in terms of the requirement and the need, but what's been assessed at this stage for this capacity of development are 4 primary schools and a secondary school. If the development changes further, then dialogue no doubt will prevail.
But in your design, any change of the development in terms of downgrading effectively these 12 elements set out on these 2 sides, that would result in a reduction of the overall benefits that could be obtained from the development coming forwards as per your original holistic approach.
I think you could surmise that, but what we're considering here is a development with a specified quantum, specific number of units. It's difficult to see how, well, it's not difficult to see it, that's not the right expression, but any other scheme that came forward, either more or less, would come forward with a different set of community, health, school provision.
Well, to be fair, it isn't a specific number of units, is it? Because it's up to, so it could be quite a bit less.
Up to. I see what you're saying, yes. Again, not for me to have that have that discussion, I'm afraid.
And I do appreciate that these are questions. There are more detailed questions that we can put to those specific witnesses. But you as the master planner, you as the one who has brought forward this holistic vision.
Indeed.
This is what I'm questioning. So kind of summarising what I'm saying and kind of ending my questioning of you effectively is that losing any single element within those within those 12 elements on those 2 slides, through whatever reason, would significantly impact the benefits that could be obtained from your design.
I'm afraid it's difficult to answer that. I don't know what elements might fall away, if indeed any.
Say, for example, taking it on to tier 2 or tier 3, the person taking it forwards decided that actually it wasn't viable to have so much commercial space available, and actually it was more viable to bring forward residential. That wouldn't be in keeping with your overall vision, and that would be a disbenefit. Because the supporting infrastructure isn't there? Or the level
This scheme
of-
would be different. I don't think it would have this benefits. It would just come forward in a different way if indeed there were more houses, need for more schools.
So you say the scheme would become different. Would the scheme
Well, I'm not
become-
saying it would become different. I'm assessing. I'm involved in a scheme which is, what we're specifically looking at here, and
So-
I'm not really going to interpret
No,
more
no,
or
no,
less.
of course not. But it's your design, and
Yes.
you've designed it in a particular way
Yeah,
to produce the best benefits you can
indeed.
within the constraints.
Yep.
So saying that if something falls away or is reduced, it produces a different scheme, is that a better scheme in your view than the one that you've designed and presenting today?
The flexibility and the progression of schemes, as we know from experience, changes, and I can't anticipate more or less at this stage. I can't really anticipate whether it's a benefit or a disbenefit. To say that we know that change happens. It happens through a process, usually new applications or modifications to applications, which are then assessed and considered by the authority, by the county council. And if there's support, the scheme changes, and a new set of vision elements comes forward. But I really can't interpret. I can't give you an answer, I'm afraid.
So using another element as an example, say the privately funded game-changing infrastructure didn't come online in the way you'd envisaged it, and say it wasn't game-changing or it was lesser infrastructure. We've heard about the connecting road, for example, and how the Southern Relief Road with multiple traffic lights wouldn't really serve as a relief road. Would that not mean that actually the design that you've put forwards would be significantly reduced in terms of the benefits that you're advancing?
Again, I don't believe so. The evolution of the road design, the green, the sustainable movement corridor, the park associated with that, these are all, again, holistically reviewed or assembled and discussed and will go forward as part of detailed designs. Again, if anything, it's hard to anticipate what might change at this stage.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Mark.
Apologies.
Okay, Mr. Bell. So, are you going to re-examine?
I might just ask one question, if that's
Well,
all right.
Yeah, well, I think I'll
Would you like to ask yours first?
I would like to ask
Yes,
my question
please.
first, yes. So my question is, it's probably more to Mr. Murdoch, but maybe not. There was great emphasis, or there's been a great emphasis on the landscape. It's a landscape-led proposal. You've got lots of landscaping plans and so on and so forth, but it seems that none of the parameter plans which are to be approved is actually a landscaping one. I just wonder why.
I can't answer that. It's a planning decision detail.
Well, ask another way. Would you think it's quite important that for example, your landscape framework plan or parameter plan would be a plan which should be considered, fixed at this stage?
Can I pick
Well,
that
you can
up?
answer that.
Yeah.
I don't mind to answer.
I think the parameter plans do identify the green space. They identify.
Let's just have a look.
Sorry. If we go to.
So,
I'm on. Yeah.
let's look at the green space structuring plan, or which one do you want to look at?
Which document are you in, madam?
I'm just looking at our very useful plans
Okay,
booklets, and it's got most of the plans that we're going to apparently use. So, but I can look at in your document if it's easier for you.
I've lost them.
Let's look in your.
It's behind you.
They're behind me.
Do you want to look? I don't mind.
You can look on the core in the core documents as well, whatever's.
We've got the parameter plan, which is
And
I
the
think,
southern, yeah.
first one actually, in the new version.
And we're looking at 8.2.
Oh gosh, don't know. 2782455V I've got. Oh, 8.2, yeah. That's a CD number, yes. Okay.
Yes, so on that plan, we have in the key the different categories of open space, existing woodland, open space country park, open space eco park, are represented by different colours. So these form part of the overall framework and the overall parameters. So these are embedded in this plan in terms of the principal green spaces, both existing and proposed.
Yeah. And that's it, isn't it? I mean, if you look at the, for example, do they not, sorry, the master plan, there's a green.
There's a core document 2.9 for the north. There's green space structuring plan.
Oh, okay. Let's look at that then. Yeah, green space structuring. Was that the one I really meant? Well, that would... No, there's one with the advanced planting on it. Which one's that?
That's a phasing plan, I think.
Is it? Gosh, I don't know.
I don't have a phasing plan in here.
Well, the green space structuring plan would be okay because it shows the route, the green routes around the various footpaths and access ways through the developments,
Yep.
doesn't it? Which, of course, the parameter plan doesn't show. And it just provides a bit more detail, doesn't it? But
I think it does, and it's we're calling it a structuring plan because it is introducing more detail and introducing more features of the master plan, but not reflected or not embedded in the parameter plan.
no.
Insofar as this is for guidance, the way we envisage it, but things might move on from the principle of the parameter plan.
I suppose the sort of my reason for my question, and I think it's been alluded to by some of the other questions, possibly from Mr. Pereira, is that if it's a landscape-led development, you want to be quite sure that the landscape elements will come forward, and they won't be sort of engineered out as time goes on. And I suppose one could. I haven't really had a look at the conditions. I don't know whether one could possibly tie it down like that. But
Just say, Madam, if it helps, we've been looking at those conditions, and we take this away beyond this session, but we're content to add those green space structuring plans as conditioned plans.
Well, that would, I think. I think the thing is that there's an awful lot promised, but you've got to, even though it's outlined and everything is reserved, the Secretary of State's got to be confident that what is outlined, especially as it's EIA development, is actually going to be delivered.
Yeah, well, that's why, as I say, we're content. I mean, we're working on conditions in the background anyway, but we're content that those plans should form the basis of conditions.
Okay, that's fine then. Thank you. Good. All right. Thank you.
That actually leads on to my one question,
right, okay.
which could be for either or both of you. I'm not sure, and I don't mind who has a go at it. Really, it's all about what the inspector's just been asking about, which is this idea of a scheme that's landscape-led. The inspector's been asking about plans that might be tied in order to sort of guarantee that, if you like, later down the line. Mr. Pereira was asking questions of you in his cross-examination along the idea, suggesting the idea that it was the road that determined the initial location for bringing forward an application for development. Do you remember those questions?
I do, yeah.
And so really, it could be for either. It may be best for Mr. Murdoch, who's the one that talks about landscaping, but I don't mind who answers it. What does landscape-led mean then to you? If it's right that the road was foundational to working out, or the location of the road was foundational to working out where to bring schemes forward in the first place, Mr. Murdoch's proof says, well, it's a landscape-led scheme, and goes on to explain why. What does landscape-led mean, and why is this one, in your view?
John, do you want to?
It's landscape-led means that
Microphone.
landscape-led means that we've taken a clear understanding of all aspects of the site to determine the terroir of the site, the elements that sort of make it of that characteristic. And we try and embed that in a green grid approach where we can create a connected landscape which delivers a more contemporary approach to sort of settlement design, because we're also taking on board more contemporary themes like climate change, bringing in sustainable urban drainage within the scheme and placing that within the green corridors. We're looking at biodiversity net gain, which is also a very important component to modern settlements, which are slightly differed from the old villages in many ways. So landscape-led is really giving this additional dimension to the settlement, which creates this interconnected green corridors that work for a living, providing ecology, amenity, sort of network of routes and corridors, sort of sustainable urban drainage, connections, all through this working corridor. It's almost like the best analogy is understanding how a golf course works with a series of fairways that are all interconnected, but they're all providing this fantastic nature-based network throughout the development. And where those elements cross each other, you create nodal areas where you can then start to think about, village greens or places to put schools. So they're all interconnected on that green grid, and they provide this synergy of spaces that makes the whole thing work at a different level.
Something that follows on from that, there was discussion, you talking about village greens, nodal areas and that kind of thing. You also talked about development cells, I think was the phrase that you used. Are we to infer, is the right interpretation of the illustrative master plan, and indeed the parameters, that the only green spaces we'll find on the site are those ones which are indicated by the strategic green infrastructure?
No, I mean the strategic green infrastructure is strategic. They're obviously the creation of the web by default creates the development cells, and then within those development cells you're going to have their own network of roads, their own network of open spaces, their own network of SUDs. Those can actually then tee in and connect into the wider grid. So you've actually got this sort of micro grid within the cells connecting to the macro grid. So it's very much this connective landscape, and it doesn't just stop at the edge of the green infrastructure. It actually plugs in the development cells into it with footpath connections. So you can be embedded in a development cell, and you can go out during the sort of a weekday and take your dog for a walk around a cloverleaf trail. At the weekend, you can then go for much more longer distance walks because it's all interconnected. And so there'll be a network of green spaces within the development cells that connect up to the wider grid to actually make it work very efficiently.
That was it, Madam. Thank you very much indeed.
All right, thank you. Well, we've finished dead on 5. Well done, everybody. It's Very good. Right, so we're going to start tomorrow with landscape then. And first up will be, is that Herne? Yes. So is there anything else before we finish?
Not from our side. Thank you very
Anybody
much.
wants to raise? Is everybody happy at the moment? All right, thank you very much. We will adjourn till 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Well done, Brian. There's your, or mine, Brian. Yours.